Good morning, everyone. How are you? I hope that you are well rested and ready for another full day of Game Accessibility Conference talks. Whoa. We're we are simultaneously streaming on YouTube. So if you, for some reason, you need to scrub back and get something great, you're going to be able to do that. I just don't recommend having YouTube audio live at the same time that you have Zoom live. In my defense, it's 2 a.m. But yes, welcome for a full day. So maybe you missed day one. Let me give you an introduction into what you're about to experience. So this is the Game Accessibility Conference, and I am your host, Tara Velker. I am the co-conspirator behind this conference with my buddy, Ian Hamilton, who did a talk yesterday. And this is day two of 2 talks dedicated to networking, exploring recent and future advancements in the field of game accessibility. And we're here to give you a wide range of topics of all sector of the gaming industry, from indie to AAA, academia to accessibility specialists. We have some really great content today that I am so excited to continue sharing with you. Now, if you are going to be sharing all of the good things about the Game Accessibility Conference on social media, please use hashtag GaConf, GaConf. Please do not put the year after it. Our friends over at the Geographical Association are also having their conference at the exact same time, and they are using the hashtag GaConf22. So to help keep us apart on social media, please don't use the 22. And if you are just joining today, you may have missed all of the greatness about our Discord, where all the networking is. If you don't have access to the Discord, you can still register and get a link to join. We have all sorts of different channels so that we can keep the conversation moving. We first have the channel for general chat, which is just whatever you're feeling, but each talk has its own dedicated channel. So while the talk is live, or if you have questions about a previous talk, you can go directly into that channel and ask the questions. This way, it makes sure that everyone is staying on the same subject. And please make sure to stay on topic in the right channel. If you need any help, we have an amazing team of moderators who are in the Discord who will be able to assist you. Of course, we also love some fun here at the Gaming Accessibility Conference. So we have dedicated channels for outfits, pets, food, and we love creating inside jokes here at the Game Accessibility Conference. I mean, look, I wouldn't even know what Battenberg was if it weren't for the Game Accessibility Conference. And so it is your duty to share what you're eating in the food channel. Yes, I did manage to get that from Amazon. If you are in the US and you can't find any Battenberg locally, like I couldn't, we have one bakery that sometimes have that and they were sold out. You can get it on Amazon at a little bit of a markup, but you can do it. And of course, be sure to share all of your sweet, sweet merch in the clothing channel, the Show Us Your Threads. And it doesn't have to be just our merch. Like I like our Salty on Main shirt, don't get me wrong, but I've seen some really sweet Can I Play That shirts in there as well. Please show us what you're wearing. We'd love to see it. And of course, finally, on a more serious note, everything on the Discord does have to follow the IGDA Code of Conduct. So please, we tolerate no harassment of any sort. Like I was saying yesterday, if you are a butthead, you will be ejected from the Discord. So I also want to highlight that we do have our captioning happening, but if you would like to have a more customized caption experience, I've already dropped a link in the announcement channel in Discord so that you are able to do that. And now I've got all the business out of the way and we can start rolling into our first talk of the day. and we're going to be discussing designing the audio-based game mechanics in Blind Drive. This talk is a walkthrough of the design process of the audio-based mechanics in the game Blind Drive, and it discusses what challenges there are in designing an audio-only game and insights on best practices for designing accessible audio. And so with that, let's officially kick off day 2 of the Game Accessibility Conference.
Hello, my name is Giori Politi, and today I'm going to talk about designing the audio-based game mechanics and some accessibility features in the game Blind Drive. So, just a few words about myself. I'm a sound designer based in Tel Aviv, working mostly on games, VR and AR experiences, animation videos, and interactive installations. I'm a co-founder and member of Lo-Fi People, which is an art and technology collective who creates playful and unconventional digital experiences. In many of my sound design projects, I'm trying not only to support the experience with audio, but to bring the audio to the center of the experience. I went all in on this approach in the game Blind Drive, which I created with my fellow game developer, D.A. Ter. Blind Drive is a black comedy adventure meets fast-paced arcade gameplay driven by a crazy B-movie plot inspired by Tarantino and Wes Anderson films. We worked on the game for quite a long. The original idea was actually to create a site-specific installation where you sit in a real car dashboard and feels how easy to drive a car without seeing a thing. After a few experiments, we felt the concept was really fun and exciting, and we decided to turn it into a video game. At the time, we weren't really aware of the genre of audio games. For us, it was just about creating a video game that happened to have most of its gameplay based on sound. But nothing was too strict there. So some of the tutorials were graphic-based and some of the UIs lack representation via sound. During the development process, we noticed we are starting to get a lot of interest from visually impaired and blind gamers. So we contacted a few and started to run playtesting sessions, and we realized that the game is really close to being completely accessible for blind players as it is, without too many modifications. So with the help of the community, we fixed all the loose edges. On the game side, it was mostly meant to make the UI, life status, etc. represented by sound and make the voice-acted tutorials clearer and more precise, so there will be no need for visual cues. And the other thing was to make the menus accessible with text-to-speech, and that was mostly it. So before I dive in with some game mechanics example, I will play a short trailer for those of you who doesn't know the game.
Donnie here.
Start driving.
What the hell? Wait! Hey!
Do you have ears?
I hope you made life insurance! What the? The windows? Really?
I was worried you'd catch a cold.
Oh shit.
In the game, you play as Donnie, who signed up for a scientific experiment but quickly finds himself over his head, forced to drive a car while blindfolded and chained to the steering wheel. So he has to survive the road using only his ears. You play the game from Donnie's point of view, behind the steering wheel, So most of the sounds and foley in the game were recorded with a binaural microphone setup. It's basically a dummy head with a microphone in each ear, and it gives a very realistic sound recording. There are some graphics in the game, but they don't give the player any information or help with the gameplay. They only serve as atmospheric purpose. It's kind of like where in traditional video games you have a supporting soundtrack. Here the sound is the center and we have a supporting video track. I think also the use of visual helped us to get more mainstream players that would usually not play audio-based games. And in general, I feel the audio game developers should not completely ignore the visual aspects, leaving just a black screen, but treat audio games just as regular games with the focus shifted towards the audio. Okay, so let's go into some mechanics. The basic mechanic of the game is that you drive against traffic in the middle of a two-lanes road. Cars are coming in the left or in the right lane, and you have to hold to the opposite side in order to avoid them. This is quite a simple, straightforward arcade mechanic. It would be very easy to understand if we would use graphics, but without, when you have to paint the whole scene and the interaction with sound alone, it gets a bit more complicated. So what did we do here? First of all, precise sound design that really puts you in the driver's seat of a fast-riding car. So having all the elements such as the car's engine, the tire roll on the asphalt, the wind howling in the windows, small bumps on the road, etc. But what really made this believable is the Foley sounds. Small movements in the chair, the cuffs chains rattling when you use the controls, and some other moving stuff in the car. The second thing here is clear and precise sonic feedback for your controls. Every time you hold a key or using your gamepad, you hear a sharp tire skid sound. Now this is not so realistic and much exaggerated sound, but it was needed here in order to be clear. When you release the key, you hear another skid sound for getting back to the center, which emphasizing the arcade mechanic. And again, adding a Foley sound of the steering wheel really helped with immersion. As for the enemies, the cars, a very clear, distinct and iconic sound with a clear approach ramp, so you really hear when they're getting close and pass you. Again here, this is semi-realistic and exaggerated in terms of levels, the approach ramp and the direction of the sound, but it must be that way in order to be playable. Shoulder indication to mark the limits of the game scene. If you hold for too long to one side, you start drifting off the road and hear some dirt and rumble sounds, then some impacts, and then if you don't release, you crash. Now, the only missing information to the player here is to let them know that their basic position is in the middle of the road between the two lanes. Some players somehow gets it intuitively, but we didn't want to leave room for any doubt, so here we use the voice acting. In a certain part of the story, very naturally, the kidnapper tells Donnie on the phone, "Just drive straight in the middle of the road between the two lanes, blah 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 blah." Voice acting helps to deliver a more complex information to the players, and it can replace graphical tutorials and UI indications. The trick is to incorporate the informative parts in the script so they won't sound too didactic and will integrate organically into the story. So let's hear how the basic mechanic sounds in the game. Every time you get hit, you will lose a life. If you get hit 3 times, you crash. Sometimes you can get life back. So to keep the player informed with how many life left, of course, sighted player can look at the dashboard and see the UI indications, But we also added a small ping alert sound that plays every time you get hit, indicating the remaining life. To keep these sounds within the card sound language, we used an alert sound like the one you hear when you leave your lights on. And another continuous indication for your life status, which is more gentle, is increasing in rattling and suspension car sounds. This is how this indication sounds like. So, a few variations on this basic mechanic in the game includes driving with the windows closed, so all the sounds are now muffled. A less clear and sharp enemies sounds impacts the difficulty quite a lot, and it is harder to play like this. What's nice about this variation is you can now hear very clearly all the Foley sounds, the driver's movement in his chair, his breathing, the cuffs rattling, etc. In order to mix this right and precise, we used low-pass filters on each sound layer independently, so we have maximum control and we could emphasize the important gameplay-related information. This is how this level sounds like.
What the? Hey! The windows? Really?
I was worried you'd catch a cold.
Another variation is driving with the radio on. The music distracts you and it's harder to hear the cars through the blasting radio. In this one we use quite an aggressive sidechain compression, so every time a car enemy plays, it's ducking the music so you could hear it. It somehow feels like you have a super hearing. Other variation on this includes driving through a tunnel, so there is a long reverb that blends everything together, driving in the rain, so you have to listen carefully through the rain, the windshield wipers and muddy water splashes sounds. And another one is driving off-road, so you have dirt and rumble sounds, and now your enemies are not cars, but animals and some tractors. And driving underwater. So your car becomes kind of a submarine and your enemies are now dolphins, whales, torpedoes, etc. Another aspect of the game is bonuses. In our case, these are cyclists and ice cream trucks you have to hit that gives you huge power-ups. So now you not only have to avoid every sound you hear, but you have to listen to the content of the sound itself and make a decision if to avoid or to hit it. This adds another layer of difficulty. Here's one example.
Wasn't that delicious?
Whoa.
After some time in the game with these basic mechanics, we wanted to introduce some new gameplays. So we went for boss fights. The first boss in the game is the police. It's built after some bosses in classic games such as Mario or Zelda or the more recent Cuphead. So this is how it works. In a certain part of the story, the police find you and start driving just behind you. Regular cars still coming from in front, and from time to time the police tries to attack you from the side and take you off the road. When they're on your side, you have short time window to try and hit them before they hit you. It's a short window of about half a second. Two things that helped deliver these mechanics were the use of loud and clear police siren sound, so you really hear when it's on your side and can easily differentiate it from regular passing cars, and the use of voice acting from the police megaphone. So each time before he attacks, he says a sentence such as, "Pull over!" So it will be clear he's about to attack. This is how it sounds.
Yeah! Take that!
Again, some visual effects here, but they don't give you any indication on the police attack. It's only for the atmosphere. In the police level, we came across this issue. What is the difference between the sound when the police car hits you, which is negative, and the sound when you hit the police, which is positive? They are both car impact sounds. So after a few experiments, we solve it like this. Hit intensity and sharpness. So the positive hit when you hit the police sounds rounder and softer, and the negative hit where you get hit by the police is sharper and more intense. The second thing that help is the tire skids and rattling sounds, which are much more intense in the negative version. Let's hear it. This is only the impacts layer. This is the positive version. And the negative one. Much more intense. Another thing we added to make this even clearer is a layer of positive bleep sound only in the positive hit version. And the last thing on top of this, so you won't have any doubts what just happened, is using the voice acting of Donnie, amplifying the situation. This is how everything sounds together, the positive version.
Gotcha!
And the negative one.
Hey, cut it out!
Another common mechanic in the game is dodging gunshots, and this is all about reflexes. Gunshots in the game can come from all kinds of directions, and the thing here is to move to any other place other than the one you're at when you hear the gunshot. In real life, if you hear a gunshot, and I hope you don't, you have just a few milliseconds until it hits you. In the game, there is about 400 to 500 milliseconds, depends on which difficulty you play, from the moment you hear the gunshot until it hits you. Half a second sounds quite a lot, but in the context of the game, it's really just the right amount of time you need in order to hear the gunshot, react quickly, and survive them. To fill in the dead time after each shot, we added the shot whiz sound. And another difficulty aspect here is how far is the shooting gun. When they are far, the sound is softer and less sharp, so it's a bit harder to hear and react. But we limited the maximum distance so it will never get too soft. So here's an example.
Here's a taste. Let's bring.
In this case, this was another boss you have to beat, but this mechanic repeats in a few different places in the game. Another small mechanic in the game is based on the combination of quick speech comprehension and reflexes, the GPS level. Here, your kidnapper puts the GPS on to guide you through some sharp turns. It starts quite simple with the GPS just telling you to turn left or right, and you have to make this turn. After a while, the GPS starts teasing you, tries to confuse you, and gives you driving instruction really quick and at the last moment before the turn. So again, you have to react really quick and don't have time for any mistake. It's also quite funny level. Here's a bit.
Turn right. Turn left. How about right? The other right. Let's see. Turn left. Turn right. Why do I even bother? Turn left. Turn right. Wrong.
By far the most difficult mechanic in our game to design and to play as well was the last boss in the game, the chopper. In this scene you drive in the bad guy's headquarters, your grandma is on the car's roof holding a bazooka rocket launcher, and apart from regular enemies on the road, there is a chopper circling around your head, trying to take you down with a machine gun. Now you have a certain time windows where the chopper is out of ammo and going far for reload, and then you have to chase him off-road, and your grandma tries to take him down with her bazooka rocket launcher. This level was much inspired from Tarantino's Death Proof movie ending scene. I'll show you a short bit. So the main difference between designing sound for a film and audio-based game is that in an audio game you can change the listener perspective so easily and can make drastic cuts in the level of different objects because the player will lose orientation. So what helped to deliver this scene was firstly a precise three-dimensional mix. So each sound will have its own position in the 3D space, so the player will be aware of where things are very precisely. Plus, pacing the action over time so they won't overlap and each detail will have its own spot. Also, prioritizing the important gameplay information and ducking the less important layers help to clean the mix. And lastly, here as well we use quite a lot of voice acting from the bad boss and from Grandma on the roof to guide the player with what they have to do. This is how this scene sounds like.
I got him, Donnie!
Yeah!
I got him!
All right!
Donishka, a few more hits should do it! Wait till he reloads again!
You got it, Grandma! Hey, Grandma!
What?
Love you!
I know. Not now. Look out!
Oh, sorry.
While playtesting the game, we found it was really hard to anticipate how good one will be in playing an audio-based game. No specific skill set could give us a prediction of how one will succeed in the game. We saw a huge range of reaction to the difficulty. Some people that the game was really easy for them and didn't get hit at all, to people that felt the game was really hard. That's why we ended up doing 3 different difficulty levels for the game, plus we added the option to skip a level after a few crashes, so players won't get frustrated if they have a hard time with a certain level. The aspects that impacted the difficulty the most and the ones we end up tweaking for the different difficulty levels were pacing, so how fast enemies are coming at you, and still no overlaps. This is an hard rule. Every important gameplay information has to have its own spot. Sound density, Although our brain can process many sounds together, it's harder to distinguish and not get distracted by unimportant information. So there's a limit on how much background sonic details we can load at our player. So more informations mean harder to play. And sound clarity. So enemies or other gameplay information should sound clear, iconic, and precise. If you make an enemy sound softer or less sharp, it has a straight impact on the difficulty. And last one, mix. The level of the different elements and the balance between the gameplay information and the background atmospheric information. For an example, on the easy difficulty, of course, everything is slower and you have more time to react, but also the background noises and sounds are softer and the enemies' sounds are louder, plus they are panned wider to the sides, so it will be much clearer to notice. We found there is one axis which is on one side playability and on the other side immersion. If you go too much towards immersion, so the experience is not playable at all, it sounds cool, but not playable. And if you go too much towards playability, you will lose immersion and realism. So the real key is somehow to find the sweet spot between those two in order to create a powerful and interactive experience. So that was all for today. Thank you very much for listening, and if you have any question or a comment, please feel free to reach out by email or on Twitter. Ciao and have a great day!
So first off, we did put a link to the Steam store description if you're interested in checking that game out. I got a little bit better experience than everyone else. So locally on my computer, the video was playing in stereo audio, which truly adds to the experience. I actually figured out that my headphones were on backwards watching the thing and realizing it wasn't matching up. But unfortunately, when we share the video on Zoom, it flattens it to mono. The good news is when we upload it to YouTube, you'll be able to hear that entire video with the stereo sound. So apologies for that, but it was phenomenal. And it was amazing to see the world that got built with just audio alone. All of us were getting the vibe, the feel, everything from the explosions to grandma. It was amazing, but also the multiple reinforcement of the audio cues that the game had. So even with hitting the car, not only did hitting a cop car, when you hit the cop car, have a positive noise, but also the VO matched it. So you were still getting multiple reinforcements. So many great lessons to learn. And it's like Laura from Rising Pixel said in chat, we did a couple of games, and this, thanks to this talk, I learned a couple of points that we can improve. Thank you. So yes, absolutely amazing. And as someone who loves like over the top ridiculous movies like that, I love just leading in hard to create this experience. I think that we need more of these self-aware audio games. And again, it looks like so many people literally add to cart. Absolutely great experience. So we're going to be taking a short break, and when we come back, we're going to be having a talk by Carrie Waterton, an indie approach to accessibility. That one is, of course, also going to be great. I love when we're able to feature everything from AAA to indie, because it shows that no matter what size your team is or your resources available, there are ways that you can do accessibility in your title. So I will see you when we come back at 10:50. So thank you very much. Go get a cup of tea. All right. Hello and welcome back. If you were anything like me and who was it I just saw in the Discord? Chris from Manycats, you were also snooping over on the Geography Association's Twitter hashtag, checking out how their conference is going. And you know what? They seem to have some really great content from their pictures and their slides. So it seems like their event's going well. So we continue to wish them the best. But it's time to bring it back to the Game Accessibility Conference and start our next talk. So I know this is one that people have been really excited about, especially because we have so many indie developers figuring out what they can do in their projects now. So this talk is an indie approach to accessibility. This talk tells the story of how SkyTales went from 0 to over 40 accessibility features over the course of 4 months. But what else could the dev team have done if they considered accessibility earlier? Well, this talk will show you what worked and what didn't, and how successful the team was in the end, plus giving indie developers examples to learn from in their own accessibility journey. Let's go ahead and check it out.
Hello, good morning, afternoon, evening, wherever you are. I am Carrie and this is my talk, An Indie Approach to Accessibility. So before we kind of get started, I'm going to talk a little bit about me. So I am Rebellion's Senior Designer of Accessibility, and I was formerly the UX designer at Puny Astronaut. So I started at Rebellion in March of this year, so it's been a fairly recent job change. So I'm here to talk about the kind of work that I did at Puny on their title, SkyTales. So SkyTales is a gentle puzzle exploration game, which is about the player playing as Sky, the friendly dragon, who floats through the world and helps the denizens with their various tasks and completes quests. The game is kind of built for kids and casual gamers, and with the Nintendo Switch and other consoles in mind. And this kind of talk is about Puny's journey with accessibility and the approach that they took with it. So to kind of kick us off, I'm going to talk a little bit about what this talk's going to contain. We've got section 1, which is from 0 to 40 plus features in 4 months. So this is all about identifying accessibility features and developing the tools and systems that was needed for them. The second section is what we couldn't do, so what we couldn't fit into the 4 months, and a few reasons why you should consider accessibility up front. And also the last section is about how successful we were. So looking at accessibility user testing, how we validated our features, and the kind of feedback and changes that we made from the testing. So listening to this, your kind of takeaways will be how Puny got started with accessibility, practical examples of why planning is absolutely necessary for accessibility, and also how and why you should validate your features from an indie kind of perspective. So bear in mind, this is just kind of one perspective. This is looking at how me working at Puny approached accessibility for the game, having not a lot of experience with it already. So without much further ado, we'll get started on the first section. So SkyTales and Puny Astronaut was my first job out of uni. So my focus was primarily UI UX, and the game evolved a few times while I was working there. At one point we started looking at launching the game, but instead we were presented with a bunch of feedback and an opportunity to build the game into something greater, looking at how to improve the gameplay, the user experience, and also just features over the course of about 3 to 4 months. And one of the things that had kind of been neglected up until that point was accessibility. So this was an opportunity for us to have a look at what have we got in terms of accessibility, what could we be building on, because we want as many people to play this as possible. So that brings us to our first kind of topic, identifying accessibility features. So I was kind of in charge of this, and I'd always considered the very basics of accessibility, color blindness, contrasting text, but I hadn't really looked beyond that. And this was mainly because of imposter syndrome. I was thinking to myself, how do I know if I'm doing this right? I don't know where to start, I don't know where to look, I don't use these features, so I don't know if what I'm doing is working. And the kind of biggest fear for me was putting time and effort into designing a feature to solve a problem or to break down a barrier for someone, but then for that solution that I'd made to not actually solve any problems, or worse, to cause more. And that's kind of what I was afraid of. And as I'm sure that you all know, there are incredible accessibility resources out there, from the Xbox accessibility guidelines to game accessibility guidelines, the special effect dev kit, and the Able Gamers APX cards. But I started here at the Family Video Game Database, which is also known as Taming Gaming. That's how I usually talk about it. But yeah, this is built for parents and guardians, and it's kind of meant for them to go and have a look, see what kind of features games have, and really understand if a game is something that's going to be suitable for their kid. And this list of their accessibility features was incredibly approachable for me because it was built for parents and for people who didn't really have a lot of the technical lingo. Obviously I had those skills because I had been working in game development for an extended period of time, but I didn't know where to start with accessibility. So seeing them kind of laid out really clearly with really plain English made it a lot more approachable for me. So this is where I started. I was reading through the list, I was picking out the goals that I wanted to achieve, and I found that some of the things that were listed there we already had. So we went from having no idea what kind of capability the game had to already ticking boxes for some things. A lot of the things that we saw there were kind of building blocks and kind of stuff that we had already done for color blindness, for example. It had been kept in mind, but it hadn't really been thoroughly checked. So there was kind of more work that would be required for some of those features. So that kind of brings me on to what we did to develop those new tools and features. So we did an awful lot in 4 months, and some of our biggest achievements were with the kind of visual accessibility side. So I'm going to talk a lot about that. I will be talking about some other things as well, but that's kind of going to be the focus of the features that we developed. So, color blindness. Mentioned it before. It's one of the big four, and it was something that we had thought about while we'd been putting together art assets, but it hadn't been checked thoroughly. So we kind of started looking at places where it may be an issue, and the tech artist actually created a debug tool for us to apply to the game, which we could also do on the Switch console, and we'd be able to kind of preview what it would look like in different types of color blindness. And this was really, really helpful because it was a tool that I could then brief QA on how to use and tell them what to look for. So I briefed them on how to do this, I gave them their kind of list of test cases, and they returned a list of areas for me that were lacking support or that could potentially have issues. So one of the things that came back from this was this lizard puzzle that we had in the game. And you have this lizard and he is different colours depending on what he wants to eat. And there's 3 fruits that are about the place, one that is blue, one that is red, and one that is yellow. And the lizard is one of those colours. And we noticed that there wasn't actually any kind of support for colour blindness in this. We have the fruit, but they are all the same shape and just different colours, and the lizard as well was only differentiated through the 3 colours. So we went back and had a look at what could be done, and the solution that we came up with was to change the fruits so they were all unique shapes, and to add a kind of contextual clue into the crown of the lizard. So this is a work in progress screenshot of like, these are the 3 fruits and this is kind of like the crown and how we're exploring having that additional reinforcement. And yeah, this was the kind of thing that we then applied to a lot of other puzzles as well, where we saw the same issue come up, was, okay, how can we relate it to a pattern or a shape, and therefore make it a bit easier for people to understand the correlation between those two. And I mean, these changes that we made for color blindness were really good for doing that, but it's also just good practice in terms of having additional visual channels to communicate information, especially because we were designing a kids game. If we wanted it to be as approachable as possible for kids, then using not just color but also shape was helpful for adding extra layers of correlation to the puzzle elements. Something that we spent a lot of time on and a lot of resources on was our high contrast mode, which I'm actually really proud of. So the high contrast mode was a kind of feature that was inspired by Last of Us, Ratchet & Clank, and it was just about applying a filter to the game so that it could be more accessible to people with low vision or with visual impairments. So as part of the high contrast mode, you have a sample scene set up where you can kind of see the player, a NPC, and a bunch of objects. And then the high contrast mode, turning it on, allows you to customize colors for each of those elements. So the player, key object, and NPC. You also have the ability to customize the background brightness, so you can change it from very, very dark to very, very light, which is especially helpful for if you struggle with low vision and the background elements can sometimes muddy things. Having it at one of these two extremes really strips the background out, so it's a lot easier to kind of see what the key objects are. And we have full customization over the colors that you can choose for the player or NPC or object. So we have a color wheel that you can operate and just set it to whatever works best for you. And this was something that was really important to us, is making sure that it was as customizable as possible, so that each user could tailor it to their own needs. As well as the high contrast mode, we had a desaturation mode, which we kind of developed alongside the high contrast, and this just applies desaturation to the screen at varying levels of intensity, and you also have the option to apply a tint over the screen as well, which again is just operated through a color wheel. And this tint color also applies to the UI. And this was something that we kind of wanted to make sure would happen, because with various visual or cognitive impairments, some people could find it easier to read off of different coloured backgrounds. So giving them that extra layer of customization and potentially making it so that the UI was easier for them to read was something that was quite important. Some of the non-visual things that we did for Skytales was to implement a dynamic tap and hold system. So in the game, we have a function where the player can pick up objects, for example this bucket, and move it around on some rails. You also have some free move objects as well, which aren't stuck on rails. But the way that that worked in terms of operating it from an input perspective was that you would hold down the trigger and it would initiate the tether, and then when you let go of the trigger, it would break the tether. And this wasn't particularly accessible for people who have strain or other kind of motor impairments. So we looked at creating a dynamic system where if you were to tap the input, it would initiate the tether, and then if you were to tap the input again, it would disconnect the tether. But if you were to press and hold it, it would still function the way that we had previously established it. And this was just built so that players could use whatever was most comfortable for them. So that's kind of why we went down the dynamic route. A few other features that we did or made sure to implement were things like using color contrast analyzer to ensure that there was good contrast for text and UI icons. And this was just a case of going through various screens and checking worst case background value versus worst case text value and seeing, okay, is this passing all of the contrast checks? Does it need to be changed? The other things that we did included expanding our hints, reminders, and prompts. So we kind of looked at making sure that we could reduce cognitive load and make it as streamlined as possible. For people who have been to develop, you may be familiar with my talk, Skytales, a UI that couldn't be happier to see you, and that was around the premise that it was a gentle game that didn't want UI because it wanted to be as immersive as possible. So kind of having that breakthrough with our hints, reminders, and prompt system was something that was quite big for us in terms of, okay, we're going to have a lot of pop-ups on screen which are optional, but it's there to help the player. And these things are kind of represented like this. You can see that there's a character icon that is associated with the hint, which says, help Elaine to grow the flowers for the festival, and this kind of reminds you that this area that you've come into the range of is related to one of the main quests, and that's also something that was important. As this kind of big open sandbox game, you could encounter any of the puzzles at any point, and only in certain areas had we managed to kind of put it so that it was a linear path. So by having these contextual prompts that would pop up, it would help to remind the player that this is something that's important to the core quest line if you want to do it. But it was a passive, non-intrusive reminder. So if the player wanted to do it, they could, or they could fly away and do something else. In terms of the hint system, we implemented this by having little in-world signposts that you could go over and speak to initiate some dialogue. And this is an option which is on by default, and you can turn it off if you don't want them. But we hide it behind an extra click to make sure that players understand what these hint signposts are. Something else that we worked on was separating out the audio into as many different levels as possible so that people could customize it. So this involves just taking all of the audio and separating it out into music, ambient sound effects, gameplay sound effects, and we also had UI sound effects in there as well. And this just means that people can play with the mixing. Maybe they want the gameplay sound effects to be louder, or they want to turn off ambient. It could be distracting. It could be that they want a clearer cue of like something that is interactable. But this was the kind of these were the kind of other changes that we did to kind of add features to the game. So that kind of brings me to the end of the kind of brief list of stuff that we did. Obviously, as I said, we went from 0 to 40 features. Some of them were things that we already had. Some of them were things that required extra work. And some of them were brand new features which we built specifically because we had the time to, and we thought that they would have a high enough impact. But of course, having only 3 to 4 months to work on things meant that there were things that we couldn't do. So what were those things? Narration is one of the kind of big things, and it was kind of a problem for us because the Switch didn't have any screen reader support at the time that we were looking. We did reach out to Xbox because they had menu narration on Minecraft Dungeons, so we asked how they did that, but they were using their own tools that weren't available publicly. But ReadSpeaker did announce that Switch support would be coming in 2022. Haven't kept up to date with that. Maybe it's happened already. Fingers crossed it is either happening or has happened. And yeah, that's something that, you know, we wanted to have, but even if we'd known about screen reader support that was available, we probably wouldn't have been able to implement it in those 3 to 4 months. Because it is quite a hefty task, and this is something that requires like implementation much earlier on. Full controller remapping was something which is the most impactful option for motor disabilities, but it was something that required too many changes to systems code for us to fit into the schedule. What we did do instead is that we tried to support as many controller types as possible. So in the case of Switch, that's single Joy-Con, both left and right, dual Joy-Con, and the Pro controller. And through this, we aim to give the player as many options as possible in the interim before control remapping can be implemented. Text scaling is one of the big four, and it was just a case that it was something that hadn't been planned for. It would have required an entire overhaul of the UI so that things were dynamic and could expand properly. And as much as that was a skill that was learned later on, it wasn't something that was kind of in the UI from the get-go. And when we reached this 3 to 4 month window, that wasn't enough time for us to redo the UI completely to accommodate that, which is really disappointing. It could be something that is implemented in a patch. It depends how long they're planning on supporting the game and running updates for it. But yeah, text scaling is just something that needs to be considered really, really early in development, especially when you're doing your wireframes and your UI, because otherwise it's very hard to kind of shoehorn it in. So hopefully me talking a bit about the things that we couldn't do in those 4 months at the end of development will help you to see why you should consider accessibility up front. Puny is hoping to release an update with a bunch of these features and a few other things as well, but that's better than nothing. But obviously, because we didn't consider accessibility early enough, we weren't able to get features in for launch, which really should kind of be in launch. But it's a learning curve, and this was the approach that we took, is that, you know, we were a new studio, we were learning what we were doing, we had the opportunity to look at accessibility, and we've tried to do what we can. We've done an enormous amount, and we have an enormous amount of stuff in the back catalogue that we want to bring out as well. But if we had considered it earlier, we would have gotten so much more out of it. So that's kind of one of the messages that I want to drill home, is that it is never too late to be looking at accessibility. I mean, we looked at it like when we were thinking about shipping the game, and then suddenly we were given this opportunity. That's when we started seriously looking into accessibility. And yeah, it's never too late to start looking, because even if you can just do a few things, that is better than nothing. And the other thing that's really, really important as well is to publicize the features that you have available and the features that you don't have available, because that's going to help inform your players. Can I play this game? You know, does this game have features which are going to meet my capabilities? So this kind of leads me on to the last part of my talk, which is about how successful we actually were. So right back at the start of this process, I told you that I was worried about how to validate these features, because as someone who doesn't experience any disabilities, I wasn't best placed to validate them. And this is when we sort of looked to accessibility user testing. And this was great for us. We found contacts through the Able Gamers charity, and they were an amazing service. And especially from an indie perspective, there is a free tier which was perfect for our needs. And the team at Able Gamers do a fantastic job. They are so friendly and so helpful, and they just make the entire process really, really approachable. So yeah. So in terms of what we did, because I had a background in UX, I was able to use my kind of user testing training to run these testing sessions. And we went with observation and interview. So we took the players that we got back from our recruitment, we put them through a screening survey, and then we kind of picked out players that would show a range of sort of views for the game. Thankfully, we were able to get enough players that kind of each of the 4 major sort of categories was covered multiple times. And this was just really helpful in terms of getting different perspectives, because one person's motor impairment is not going to be the same as somebody else's. So having that range is really important for building an accurate picture. The process of actually getting them to play the game and give feedback was really casual. Got them to play the game for about 45 minutes and just chat through what they were doing, and then at the end asking them if there was anything that they found difficult or challenging. And we got a lot of really, really good positive feedback from that, and a lot of really good constructive feedback. One of the things that's really fantastic is that they were able to validate some of the features that we'd put in and say this is working or this isn't working. Without having that validation from the players that need these features, it's difficult to judge whether or not it's going to actually help. So it was really important to actually have players experiencing disabilities as part of our testing and our feedback process. And also to make it iterative. Have a round of testing, make some changes, have more testing. See if it's improved. Get new people in, get some old people in, see what if they're still experiencing the same issues or if the change has actually helped. So I'll talk a little bit about some of the specific pieces of feedback and the changes that we did. So one of them was to do with movement. We only had movement on one stick, and we have very light controls. So we have the triggers, the stick, and the face buttons. And players said that they wish that they could have movement on the other stick and the D-pad, because they might experience fatigue in one or both of their hands. So by having movement on both of the sticks, it allowed the player to switch over thumbs if one was getting fatigued. But also the D-pad is an entirely different kind of input which may not cause the same strains as a thumbstick. So this was kind of a change that we implemented. And then kind of iterative feedback that we got from that is that the D-pad was really great for long distance moving, but short areas where there was more precise movement could be done through the thumbstick, but just for those kind of short periods of time. One of the pieces of feedback that we got was on the dynamic tap and hold system, which we had developed and implemented. And this goes back to me saying, I don't want to build something that tries to solve a problem but then causes more of a problem. And this is exactly what happened here, is that the dynamic system was far too sensitive for some players. It was a case of they didn't have the motor dexterity to press the trigger for a short enough period of time for it to register as a tap. And we did discuss a few things like having a slider for how sensitive the tap would be, but then it actually raised the question of, why do we need a dynamic system? Why do we actually need to hold this control down? We, as developers, were familiar with that behavior because it was what we were used to. But realistically, we didn't actually need it to do that. And a first-time player isn't going to know the various iterations of the game that has happened before. So we just got rid of the hold functionality. Everywhere that we could, we just put in either toggles or taps. So it doesn't matter how long you hold down the trigger for now, it will still just register as one initiation of that input. So yeah, that's something that we changed. And it wasn't as terrifying as I thought it was going to be. I was really happy to get this kind of constructive feedback on something that I had designed and gone, okay, right, it's okay. It's okay to make mistakes. It's okay to try and build something to fix a problem. But as I said, getting that validation and getting that feedback was a really critical part of that process, because we were able to go, right, we've tried to fix this, we haven't fixed it, right, what can we do to actually remove this barrier? And finally, I'm going to chat about the feedback for the visual filters. So we did a round of testing which was specifically to look at the visual filters after we'd developed them and after we'd had a couple of rounds of general testing. And the feedback was overwhelmingly positive, and I'm so proud of it because it was a joy to watch players experience the filters and to say how much it improved their experience within the game. So it kind of broke down to 2 out of 3 players would use the high contrast mode. It was preferred by them, and they found that the filter was really customizable and it helped to show which elements were and weren't interactable. The high contrast mode reminded one player of like a dark mode because they turned the background kind of right down, and they said that they use dark mode a lot in applications to reduce eye strain. So that was something that we hadn't thought of, but ended up being a positive. One player noted that it was kind of a shame to lose out on the color, but that they would still use this filter over others. We got a lot of praise on the desaturation mode as well, particularly from an aspect of not losing out on the background, but being able to play with the values a bit. Again, relating to eye strain, one of the players found that the colors were a bit too bright, so having the desaturation mode on actually helped in terms of reducing discomfort. And the kind of other piece of feedback that we got was that operating the menu was really easy to do. That was something that we had focused on a lot, is making sure that it was nice and simple, that when you went into a color wheel there wasn't any other information to muddy it, and just to make sure that working it was intuitive and that everything was nice and big and readable. And players really loved the level of customization that they had over both of these filters, because it could tailor it to their own needs and their own experience. So, I've talked a lot about what we did and our approach, and hopefully from this you have met these takeaways. So, how Puny got started with accessibility for Skytales, why accessibility should be considered up front, but that's absolutely not a reason why you shouldn't get started with it right now. And also how and why you should validate your features. So using user testing, going back to the gamers that need these features, making sure that you're including them in your review process so that you're designing these things with these players in mind. So I'll stop talking now. Thank you very much for listening. I hope that you have learned something or enjoyed this, or even if you haven't learned something, that it's just been interesting to hear a different perspective and hear the kind of indie approach of what we did when we addressed accessibility. I think it's fair to say that accessibility is one of my passion areas. That's why I'm now doing it full-time at Rebellion, and it's incredibly rewarding, and I'm always looking for opportunities to learn, and I think that's one of the biggest things that I can say as well, is that you are not going to get everything right the first time, and maybe not even the second time or the third time, and you don't need to tick every single box. It can be very overwhelming to look at a big list of accessibility features and go, oh my goodness, I need to do all of that. But we're still learning. Accessibility is new, relatively, in the game space, and more than anything, I just want to try and encourage you, if you are an indie studio and you haven't really considered this stuff yet, that get out there. Go and have a look at what you've got. Go and see if there are some low-cost things that you can do for accessibility wins. There are so many fantastic resources out there, and the other thing as well is that the community is lovely. There are loads of people that would happily chat to you about how to do a certain thing, or the way that they've approached something, or using a specific tool. So go out there, do that, and yeah. On that note, you can also ask me if you have questions or you just want to chat accessibility. I'll be hanging around in the Discord, but I'm also on Twitter. I never tweet anything because I'm incredibly anxious, but I will be looking at messages, so feel free to @ me or message me. And yeah, would love to hear from you. Have a wonderful rest of the conference, and good night.
What an absolutely great talk. I mean, everyone in the Discord is commenting on just loving the transparency and the honesty that you and the dev team went through to make this happen. And, you know, everyone has to start learning about accessibility at the beginning. You don't just wake up knowing everything about accessibility. And so it's important to remember, like, everyone has been on an accessibility journey. We all, you know, come about it in different ways or have different reasons that we start that journey, but it is a journey that all of us will go through. And so being able to share your story, I think, makes it so that other indie devs who are just starting their story feel comfortable. And again, just knowing that someone else went through the same process is incredibly helpful. And it was also a great talk because it went through and it showcased, you know, some very practical advice on even how to get started, like referencing things like the family gaming database, the taming gaming, which, as a side note, happy birthday to Andy, who is the mind behind the database. So happy birthday. And I loved the idea of the validation and and making sure again that the problem you're trying to solve is actually being solved. I mean, I think a great example was like with that dynamic tap and hold. Like as a game dev, I saw that. I was like, oh my God, that's so great. Dynamic, beautiful. I love it. Fantastic. And then they did the research and, it wasn't really needed. We get excited in game dev when we think we've solved problems, but sometimes, we're doing things because it's fun or cool. And it was like one of the talks mentioned yesterday. It doesn't need to be flashy to necessarily get the job done. It just needs to make sure the job gets done. And personally relate to everything about the text scaling. I think all of us like groaned in sadness when you talked about trying to retrofit text scaling. It's a bitch to put it bluntly. But it was also awesome you were able to share everything that you've been able to do. So with that, we're getting ready to roll into our first break of the day. So this is going to be a half-hour break. We'll be back at 11:50. Trying to read my times. So you'll have a half-hour break. Please enjoy, rest up, do whatever you need to. Step away from the computer. I know it can be really hard rolling into the second day of an online conference. So I will see you on the other side. Enjoy the break. The answer to the quiz, which I'm sorry did not auto-advance, was EA. EA was the company who recently made all of their patented accessibility solutions freely available to all developers. Yeah, no, it was me moving the mouse cursor. Do you win a Battenberg? Asked Ben Bayless. Well, if I guess what, do I mail it to you? That seems like it's not going to work out. Just kidding. Okay. So we are continuing on with our next talk. So again, pretty excited. I always love ones that take data and put them together. So our next talk is Understanding Challenges and Barriers to Accessible Game Development. Many popular video games release with a vast array of accessibility options and features, whereas others offer very few. Why is that? Why do some developers experience more challenges to making accessible games than others? Through detailed interviews with a variety of game developers, Joe was able to generate a better understanding of the barriers and challenges to make accessible and inclusive games. By identifying those barriers and understanding why they occur, Joe also draws attention to various avenues through which we might be able to reduce or remove the barriers to developing accessible games. Let's check it out.
Hi there, my name is Joseph Kulik, and this is my talk, A Grounded Theory of Accessible Game Development for Game Accessibility Conference 2022. So just to provide you with a little bit of background about myself, I am a IGGY PhD student at the University of York, supervised by Paul Cairns and Jen Beeston. Previously, I was also working as a games user researcher at a company called Player Research, where I had the opportunity to contribute to titles like Life is Strange 2, Onrush, and Surviving Mars. And on those projects, I was contributing in the capacity of a user researcher, so running things like usability playtest, a lot of mixed methods work, and a lot of qualitative data analysis. Prior to that work in the games industry, I have a background in psychology, where I have a bachelor's in psychology and a master's in clinical neuropsychology from Bournemouth University. And that really brings me to my motivations for kind of moving away from working in industry and that role at Player Research to this kind of research position focused on game accessibility, because one thing I was always observing on those UX projects was that I'd see all these games coming through our door, and many of them would have, you know, a variety of accessibility issues, and you'd also see that in many cases there wasn't necessarily an improvement in accessibility taking place. So that really led me to kind of develop a lot of questions about what was happening there. So one of the big ones is, why are these accessibility issues occurring? And then, you know, of the ones that are occurring and identified, why are they reoccurring? Why are they seen in, you know, the first title developed by a studio, and then the next one, and then the next one? Why are those issues so persistent? Another thing is, what were the difficulties to making accessible games within the context of game development at a commercial studio, so at a mainstream studio? One of the things that we see in the research on this is that a lot of the research on tools and techniques in which you might improve the accessibility of a game, they're focused on very bespoke experiences. They're focused on maybe developing a very specific game to make it accessible, or a very particular tool, but then many of those things aren't necessarily being adopted by people in the industry, and you aren't seeing the accessibility advancements that you might expect to see when you consider that those tools and techniques are available. So why is that happening, basically? So what are the challenges in that space at commercial studios that prevent them from progressing to make more accessible games in some cases? So the third thing as well was, what are the kind of, in that context, in that broader context, what are the personal and organizational factors that are contributing to the presence or absence of these barriers? So is this something that is specific to the organizational factors of game development studio? Is it the processes? Is it the way the studio is being run, or is it an individual thing? Is it the knowledge that individual members of staff and the knowledge and motivations of individual members of staff that are making it challenging to make accessible games? So those are all the kind of things that I wanted to investigate, which I think can be summed up as, what is the experience of trying to make an accessible game? And this really was my leading question for this research, just trying to develop a much greater understanding of, from the perspective of a mainstream studio, or not necessarily mainstream studio, sorry, but people that are making games to be sold to large numbers of consumers. So some of these people I spoke to were smaller scale developers, so maybe they have like a 10-person studio or something like that. But some of them are working in AAA space as well. But the thing that was common between them, they're all trying to make games that were published on widely available platforms, potentially experienced by hundreds of thousands, if not millions of people. So just to provide you with a little bit of background, although I did touch upon some of this just a moment ago. So one of the things is that accessibility is improving at some studios. And we can see that in games like The Last of Us and things like that. We see certain games released with an unprecedented number of accessibility features and things like that. But then there are still lots of games developed with a vast array of accessibility issues. So that kind of prompts that question as well, really. Although some studios are possibly improving, others may be lacking behind, and kind of why is that happening? There is some good research looking at identifying accessibility issues in game development, and also a lot of research, as I mentioned, focused on providing tools and resources as well as guidelines. However, as I mentioned just a moment ago, in many cases, it doesn't appear that these are being applied in the industry. So that background really kind of helps fuel my motivation for kind of developing a deeper understanding of what it's like to make games and the experience of making them accessible. So in order to start this investigation, in order to kind of get a better understanding of how game developers were experiencing the process of making accessible games, I thought it made sense to speak to them. So I began with an interview with an individual programmer of 3 years of experience, and continued interviewing different kinds of game developers with different types of backgrounds and experience, to a total of 12 interviews. So these people, their experiences in game development ranged from a number of years to decades, and they had experience from different size studios, from 10-man indie teams to 200-person AAA, like large-scale commercial studios. So once the data was collected, I conducted a grounded theory approach to analysis. So what this is an approach to analyzing the data which aims to generate a theory of understanding this particular phenomena, which is kind of, in this case, accessible game development, how game developers are experiencing the process of making accessible games, and things like the barriers they're experiencing in that process. And the idea of this is it's grounded in the data made through these interviews. So grounded in data that came through these interviews from participants. So there's more details on the data analysis. I followed an approach outlined by Sharmaz 2006, and there's more details on this available in the full paper if you wish to read it, which is available online. So just a very brief summary of the results of this study. Just before I kind of go into this, I understand that this slide in particular is probably very difficult to read, and you might not be able to process everything that's on screen at this point in time. I'll be going through and talking through each element of this model with each slide successively. So don't worry that you can't take in everything at this point, and we'll be talking through it anyway. So don't worry about that. But essentially, the kind of the overview of this is that accessible game development was a process that has a number of interacting personal, contextual, and external factors which all contributed to the game developers' ability to make accessible games. So as I say, I'll be going into these in depth, but there's a variety of different things, some of which are attributed to the individual person, some of which are the organization and the process and their processes, and some of which were external resources which might be interacting with game development. All of these kind of came together to make the development context which affected their ability to make accessible games. On personal factors, one of the big things really was motivations. And you'll be pleased to hear that all of the developers I spoke to were motivated to make accessible games in one way or another. One of the big things here that came through was that they wanted to make games that were open for more people to play. And that's really summarized in this quote here. For the most part, it's about making the game playable to more people. And a number of developers also recognized that accessibility options were, as well as making the game kind of accessible to more people, they were good for everyone. So there were more people enjoying their game in different ways because they were using other accessibility features. So they use an example of subtitles quite commonly, where they recognize that subtitles are a feature for everyone, and it improves their games to have them. So the motivation to kind of make their games more accessible, improve their game, and make them more open to more people. The other key motivation that came through, although perhaps a little bit less commonly, was that it was also about fairness. And this is the idea of equity, really, and that players should be able to, if some group of players are able to experience your game and have fun with it, then why are these people with disabilities excluded from that? Well, why are you not able to take part in this, big moment in popular culture because you can't play the latest so-and-so game because of some type of disability that might prevent that from occurring or being enjoyable even. So some developers kind of had that moral angle on this, and it was important for game development to be fair and treat people equally, which meant that the game should be open to more people or open to everyone as a result. The other theme that emerged was that knowledge was a big factor in the kind of personal features that affected a game developer's ability to make their games more accessible. So the knowledge of an individual employee, the knowledge of an individual person, was important in their ability to make accessible games. And in this area, developers often spoke about having a lack of lived experience. And they talk about how not really understanding the perspectives of people with disability because they haven't experienced it themselves. So, for instance, there's an example here with color blindness. They don't know how to see the game in a way that someone who's colorblind does, and therefore it's challenging to design for that group of people. So this is kind of one of the major barriers to making accessible games, was that difficulty in understanding and therefore designing more accessible games on that personal level. The other kind of personal factor in the knowledge area that people kind of brought to this was their understanding of options and features that could improve game accessibility. So the developers I spoke to generally demonstrated a good but inconsistent array of knowledge of the accessibility options and features that games might benefit from. So that might mean, that they're aware of like the best way to implement subtitles, or they're aware of like specific examples of something. So maybe they played the Last of Us game and they're aware of a few examples from there, or they're aware of some colorblindness thing they've seen somewhere else. But generally, every individual developer had a very incomplete understanding of the range of options that could be applied to make games more accessible. So this is something that they brought as knowledge that really interacted with their ability, or that feeling that they had this ability to make accessible games. Throughout the interviews as well, it emerged that there were also a number of organizational factors that they felt that were beyond their kind of own personal knowledge and motivations that affected their ability to output accessible games. And one of the big things in this area was whether there were processes for game accessibility designed at the studio throughout development, really. So were things like accessibility playtests, was that something that was scheduled in at a particular time? Did they have means in which to kind of perform accessibility reviews and check in on features and things like that? Did they have these processes in place so that they had a set way of tackling these challenges related to game accessibility? Developers that said they didn't have any process, and these conversations were occurring just whenever it came up, said that there were challenges to making accessible games because it would always be something that came up at the end of game development, basically. So they were 3 months away from shipping, and then someone mentions, oh, this thing is really inaccessible. But because there wasn't any process for that, then that's something that became a big challenge to shift at that point in time. And it often ended up being something that wasn't addressed by the time the game was released. So that was a big factor, really. Having these processes in place in design throughout development that kind of helped address some of these accessibility challenges. The other thing was this idea of having staff focused on game accessibility. And this really does tie in with the processes as well. But I think this came through as a separate thing because developers provided explicit examples of how in other areas, so say, you had an issue with a particular piece of code or animation, then you had this coding lead, this lead programmer or this animation lead that you could go to, and you knew who that was, and you could say, hey, there's something up with this, can you help fix this because I've got this other problem that it's interacting with. But for accessibility, there wasn't necessarily anyone that they could explicitly go to resolve that issue. So it meant that those kind of things often didn't get said, or they were left on the back burner because they didn't know where they should be said. So they didn't know, what the pathway to raise those issues was. And the studios that said that they really found things like that worked with where they had individual people who had this kind of grassroots approach to taking charge of this accessibility responsibility in the studio. So you had things like accessibility leads that would emerge out of a natural interest in accessibility at these studios, and the studios had empowered them to kind of be this kind of central point of contact when talking about accessibility issues and things like that. So another major factor which really interacted with these other organizational factors was whether time and resources had been allocated to making the game more accessible as well. So it's one thing to have processes in place throughout development to make more accessible games. That might be guidelines and in principle the idea of doing something. And it's another thing to have staff that are allocated this responsibility for game accessibility as well. But if you aren't allocating the time and resources in terms of people and their expertise towards this effort to make the game more accessible, then it is very challenging to actually make any significant change and make the game more accessible. In this particular quote here, it talks about how, and an example from someone who was more experienced working in the studio as a game accessibility lead, it talks about how it was challenging for them to address accessibility changes at the end of game development because it was seen as additional work, and it's very difficult to kind of get that fit in with lots of different people. It's very difficult when that time hasn't been allocated to say, oh, there's all this mountain of extra work that needs to be done for game accessibility at that stage. So in addition to these personal and organizational factors, there were also external factors and external resources that developers mentioned were influential in some way in helping them make accessible games. So one of the big ones here was, or one of the significant ones, was knowledge from experts. So developers often spoke about how if they did want to make an accessible game, they would often refer to knowledge from outside people, such as people making accessibility guidelines on what kind of things they might be able to do to make their games more accessible. So that's definitely something that out there that is helping, that is influential, particularly on the people who are already working towards making their game accessible, particularly for the people who already have those organizational processes in place, where they're thinking about, how can we approach making this game more accessible? What can we do? Then they're looking towards these guidelines and other features to try and bring those in. The other thing that was considered to be helpful was this idea of drawing insights from the experiences of people with disabilities. So this really ties back to the idea that game developers recognized that they didn't have the lived experience. They didn't have the knowledge of what it was like to experience these disabilities while playing their games to really be able to comfortably design them. So they felt that they needed to kind of draw insight from people with disabilities when designing their games. So that's definitely something that was seen as something that could be very helpful, and developers are often speaking about, oh, the next accessibility playtest and things like that, or the next accessibility feedback session. That's how we would approach making changes and making the game more accessible. However, with that said, this is actually something that wasn't altogether common. While there was a recognition that player experiences from people with disabilities were valuable, it wasn't altogether common that game development studios had the process in place to really collect this feedback and feed it into making more accessible games. Another factor that game developers occasionally felt was helpful in their ability to make accessible games was legislation as well. And this is something maybe that isn't necessarily popular because it's this idea of forcing people to make accessible games, but it's worth noting that some game developers did say it was something that made people listen. You know, there are certain people in game development when you're pitching an idea for something who are more looking at this as a form of cost-benefit analysis, and in those conversations, when you begin to say, hey, this is a legal requirement, we have to do this, then the legislation is meaningful in, you know, encouraging those changes in those instances. So throughout these conversations on these personal, organizational, and external factors that contributed to the accessible design of a game were these common barriers to accessible design. So linked to many of these different things, or linked to multiple of these things, were these barriers that you commonly see in studios that made it more difficult for them to make accessible games. So for instance, not having enough time and money to focus on game accessibility was directly tied to the organizational property that developers as a studio needed to allocate time and resources towards making their games more accessible. A lack of development tools was something that came through from game developers, and this was the idea that within their studio they wanted to do things like add subtitles, or they wanted to do something like add a colorblind mode, but no one in their studio had developed those tools to do that. So it wasn't something that they could easily implement because they didn't have the tools in place to quickly make those changes. So that again goes back to this idea of having time and resources to allocate towards making these accessible changes. It's not just about having these processes in place. It's not just about having people in place. It's about actually having time to undertake this work. So another one of the major barriers that was linked to the organizational processes as well was this idea of not having a clear pathway to speak about accessibility. I mentioned before that game developers, they use the example of, you know, if there's a problem with an animation, I have an animation lead that I can go to. I know where to speak about that problem. And quite often is the case that they have specific meetings allocated. So, oh, this is a meeting to talk about the narrative in the game and how that will be integrated. Or this is the meeting to talk about the animation in the game and how the various programs are going to work together with the animators to make these things fit together. And without those pathways, without those people and particular spaces designated to talk about accessibility, it felt like they didn't know where to go. They didn't know where those conversations were supposed to happen, and they ended up being something that would be left to the wayside, really. So that's definitely one of the barriers that was linked to the organizational processes in particular. Not thinking about accessibility as a studio. Again, this ties in with this idea, these organizational factors, and this idea that this idea that if there aren't these organizational processes, they don't have this space to talk about accessibility. They don't have these processes to even go into the game and check, well, hey, have we made sure this portion of the game is accessible? Have we thought about subtitling? Have we thought about X? Without these processes which designate like spaces in which they should think about accessibility and kind of ways in which they should think about accessibility and how to approach kind of things like getting feedback on accessible design and things like that, then it was just something that was, again, left to the wayside in favor of other things which they have the processes to address. So for programming, you have that you know how to address a bug when it comes up. It gets found by the QA team, and it gets passed on through Jira, and it gets passed to a gameplay programmer who knows how to address it. For game accessibility, that often wasn't the case. They didn't have the process, they didn't know how to have those conversations, and they didn't know where to address them when this presented as a barrier. And then tying into some of the organizational, some of the personal factors, worries that accessibility will disrupt the design intent. So this was something that occasionally came up as a barrier, and it was linked to knowledge about accessible design and the idea that with more options and settings, and things like that. People who are more aware of the various ways in which these accessible options would affect the player experiences of people with disabilities would be more aware of, actually, that brings my game closer to what I intended rather than further away. Whereas people who had less knowledge, people who had less experience, both with the lived experiences of people with disabilities who are playing their games, and also the array of different options that could be made available, had more concerns about, but if we added that, wouldn't that ruin that game and things like that? Won't that spoil our game? How could we possibly make the game accessible when this is the exact way we meant it to be, and things like that? An additional thing was, well, again, as I said, a limited understanding of the accessibility and options. So that was something that came through in game developers and their personal experiences. They often had some good understanding of the options available and some insights on the experiences of people with disabilities. Particularly, I've seen papers before which talk about low-hanging fruit. So this is where maybe there's someone in the studio that has color blindness, or that there's someone in the studio that has low vision, and they might be advocates for things like subtitling and things like that. But beyond those like low-hanging fruit of accessibility options to address, it was often the case that developers had limited understanding and limited awareness of the different options. So that is definitely another barrier that came through and potentially could be addressed by some of these external resources. But in my theory, the problem with the external resources is that unless there is this organizational buy-in, unless you have these processes allocated towards game accessibility and this time being allocated towards thinking about making the game more inclusive, then those things aren't necessarily getting to the game developers that are not sure about how to approach accessible design in the first place. So you really need that combination of the presence of these external resources, the insights on people with disabilities, the guidelines, alongside this organizational buy-in to help improve the game developers' knowledge and skills towards making more accessible games. So just to provide a few takeaways on a sort of summary of this research is that game developers generally want their games to be more inclusive. If you speak to individual game developers, they generally have an interest in wanting their game to be open to more people and for more people to kind of enjoy what they're producing. However, these game developers are also people that recognize they have significant gaps in their knowledge on the kind of options for accessible design, and also a limited understanding of the lived experience of people with disability, and as such they face a number of challenges to making accessible design decisions, which in turn make the game more inclusive. The other thing was that connections and feedback from players, and this ties directly into that really, has the potential to contribute positively towards accessible design. This was something that ties in with the things that developers said they had difficulty with, but they also recognize that a big point that could alleviate that, or that was valuable for them, was this idea of getting feedback from people with disabilities and getting some of those insights so they could kind of have a better understanding of the lived experience of playing their games and start making the right decisions to make their games more inclusive. The other thing on the organizational level was that having people in the studio dedicated towards accessible design was something that people felt was tremendously helpful. There was this persistent theme of, there wasn't the right person to speak to about the accessibility issues. I didn't know, I was aware of these problems, but I didn't know where to go with this issue. And then from people who had studios that had those people, they said that they felt that they knew where to go with this problem. They knew what to do. They recognized an accessibility issue here. They take it to this person, and there would be a pathway to push towards a solution for that. Even if it wasn't always the perfect solution, they knew what to do with that information. It wouldn't just be something that was completely ignored and lost. Another big thing that really sounds quite obvious when you say it out loud is that in order to make accessible games, you need to allocate resources and time towards it early on and throughout development. It's impossible to make an accessible game if you just either not going to think about it at all, or you're just going to think about it late in development. It becomes the case that the workload to make those accessibility changes is too high, and it also becomes the case that it could have been something that was actually an easy fix early on if it was at the conceptual stages, if you hadn't designed the thing that way, if you considered the inclusivity of the game earlier on. So early and throughout development is essential to make accessible games. Legislation mandating accessible design can be effective for certain people. I know people don't like the idea of being forced to make accessible games, but this is something that came through as being able to convince certain key stakeholders that maybe weren't convinced through other avenues. Additionally, the kind of big thing here is that it's essential, if you're trying to help a studio make more accessible games, that you take a multi-pronged approach, looking at all the individual things such as personal motivations and knowledge of staff, organizational factors such as processes in place, and external factors such as insights on people with disabilities and how those can be leveraged to trickle down through the studio into processes, into knowledge, to help the entire studio understand and enact the processes to make their games more accessible. And while that's a summary of my research so far, I'm going to speak very briefly about kind of my next project and my future research. And that really aims to address some of these potential thoughts, especially with regards to kind of these barriers towards making accessible games that are linked to developers' knowledge and understanding of the options for accessible games, well, for making the games more inclusive, and particularly how certain features such as the lived experiences from people with disabilities, how does that trickle down through a studio, through organizational process to help game developers up their knowledge, and how does that manifest in, or does it manifest in their ability to improve the inclusivity of their games. So something that I'm looking at the moment is a diary study with people with disabilities. So what are the natural experiences of play that people with disabilities are having, and how can those experiences be fed into a major studio to help them understand the lived experience of disability and the lived experience of interacting with their game on a daily basis and the experiences that those people have? How can that information be fed into a major studio to help game developers understand how to make their games more accessible? And is that an effective approach to making their games more accessible? Thank you very much for listening. That is actually the end of my talk. If you have any questions, I think there is a Discord chat or something like that where I'll be available to answer them. If you have any future questions as well, you can reach out to me on Twitter on ChronoJoe. Thanks for listening.
Thank you so much, Joe, for your talk. The Discord is obviously raving about all of the information in it. Joe did put how to get a copy of the paper in there. It's been pinned into the Discord. And if you cannot get it through that link, he also listed his email so you could reach out and get it. I was personally saying that one of the great things about this for me, as someone who is running an accessibility program, is that it gives me insight into what my developers at my various studios may be struggling with. And so, if you're someone who is perhaps trying to run a champs program, think about everything that Joe just went through and the potential challenges that people are hitting, and figure out how can you as an accessibility lead try to provide that information or give those connections to all of your developers. I mean, everyone is talking about how such a great talk it was. Elizabeth White in chat saying, thank you so much. This was worth getting up an hour early. Elizabeth is in the US. So, because we are starting to hit that time, we're going to be seeing our East Coast US North American colleagues start rolling in here quite soon. But yes, tons of amazing insight. And again, thank you so much. So we're going to be taking a short break, about 5 minutes, and then we're going to be coming back with our panel for today, Falling with Style. I absolutely love that one. That's going to be a discussion about the challenges and joys of low vision gaming. So I will see you back here in about 5 minutes. Thanks, everyone. All right. Welcome back, everyone. I say it every year, every conference, but one of my favorite parts of the Game Accessibility Conference is when we have the players, gamers with disabilities themselves come and just share their own stories. And we have a panel like this every year. And this year we have an amazing group of people together. And I I was lucky enough to be the one who got to edit this particular video together from the recording that was made. And I genuinely was chuckling at one point. I about spit tea all over my keyboard. It was brilliant. So next up, we have our panel, Falling with Style, a discussion about the challenges and joys of low vision gaming. We're going to join Amy, James, Felicia, and Matthew, a group of low vision gaming experts, as they discuss their experiences as blind gamers. The panel meanders through and sometimes occasionally dives into topics from defining low vision to challenges to positive developments, falling off things in games of any genre, and their excitement and aspirations for the future. Let's go ahead and kick off this fabulous panel.
Hello everybody, welcome to our panel today. We are going to be discussing all things low vision. My name is Dr. Amy Kavanagh. I am your hostess with the mostess, and I am a blind activist and gamer. And I'm going to hand over to each of my panel to introduce themselves first. I am going to go to my headset twin, Alicia. Tell us all about yourself.
Hello, I'm Alicia Pren. I am a player experience specialist at Next Games. I'm also the lead of Next Games Diversity, Inclusion, and Belonging Group, and a board member of We in Games Finland, which advocates for more diversity and inclusion in the Finnish game industry. And I forgot to mention before, I'm also a radio host, but that is totally unrelated, but hopefully that shows when I'm speaking.
Excellent. We love it. You're going to be really good at the sound bites. James, tell us about you.
Hi there, my name is James Kyle. I work with RNIB based in Scotland. Sort of VI gaming wise, I work with the RNIB's VI gaming groups, helping to start the first one in Scotland and Northern Ireland, and then get the rest of them set up across the UK and sort of collaboration with my colleagues across the country. And yes, that's me.
That's you. Matthew.
Hi everyone, I'm Matthew. By day, I'm an accessibility consultant with TPGI, mostly on web accessibility, and I am also co-chair of the W3C's Accessible Platform Architectures Working Group, and I'm low vision. I have nystagmus and ocular albinism. Gaming-wise, quite eclectic, ranged from sort of ancient first-person shooters to casual mobile games and a couple of console bits in between.
Great, thank you so much. So the first thing I wanted to talk about was actually, like, what do we mean by low vision? Because I think it's a bit of a mysterious term, and it can also be a bit controversial sometimes within the sight loss community, although I always say I didn't have anything to lose, it wasn't there in the first place. But experiences and conditions and all these things vary. So kind of what does low vision mean to you? I'm going to ask James, given that he probably has a good definition from the RNIB, maybe.
Oh, no. No, I wouldn't say I've got a very good definition. I mean, to low vision to me, it can mean so many things. Like, so many people have their own way of defining or describing their vision. And there's such a broad spectrum to sight loss. I mean, the number of possible conditions is just mind-boggling, you know. On any given day, I'll be talking to, I could talk to a dozen people, and every person has, could call themselves blind or with low vision, and they could all have a completely different sight condition that affects their sight in unique and interesting ways. So yeah, it is a very hard term to pin down, for sure. Yeah, but I know for sure I've got low vision is what I have. At least I can say that.
Leisha, what about you?
So this is something I've always struggled with, right? Because I don't know many other low vision people. It's actually a really recent thing for me, thanks to Twitter and Ian Hamilton and all these wonderful people who've connected me to other blind and low vision people. So for me, I've always just identified as blind because I felt like when I'm trying to explain my vision to other people, especially sighted people, it's easier for me to tell them I'm blind because then they just assume I see nothing, and then I get the help I need. Rather than me try to explain, okay, so according to the Finnish government, I'm 90% disabled, but they say I have 2% of normal vision, and I have these cataracts, and then, like, I feel like the director's cut of everything I have wrong with my eyes is just to say that I can't see. And then, you know, usually that gets the point across, and then, you know, in social situations where I need help, I need a lot of help, for example, outside and in unknown places and stuff, and if I just say, hey, I'm blind, you know, then it's much easier. But I definitely understand that there is a lot of controversy there, and that word also causes misunderstandings, right? Because then I get the age-old question of, if you're blind, how do you play video games, and how do you do this? And then it's like, okay, yeah. So I feel like no matter what I say, it's never going to accurately describe my experience and what I see, right? So it's always a challenge.
Yeah, and I think that's a really important point, as both of you said, it's that diversity of experience. And, you know, technically, blind does encompass the spectrum of all different low vision conditions, visual impairments, and blindness. For me, I think a good way for our audience to think about low vision is that it is a visual impairment that cannot be fully corrected. So, you know, a lot of us here are wearing glasses, but even with these bad boys on, I am not allowed to get behind the wheel of a car. Like, that is a hard no from the UK government. So we might have degrees of residual vision. We might be able to see colours, shapes, print, but also those experiences might vary on a daily basis for the individual as well as person to person. And I know, like, Matt and I have a similar condition, so that's something that I don't know if you can speak to at all, Matthew.
Yes, it does vary, and I think context, as has been discussed, you know, is so important. It varies a lot over time. It varies depending on what situation you're in, and if you do meet someone in the street and you need help, for example, saying I'm blind might get the message across to them more accurately, more concisely, you know, more understandably. Definitely very variable. I think there's a statistic. I'm pretty sure this was accurate at one point, but about, is it 4% of people who are registered blind actually can't see a thing? Others can see light, dark, things like that, as you said, Amy. So yeah, it is definitely a spectrum, and it does vary. And if I'm out of my usual comfort zone, it's quite different than when I'm in my computer cave, you know? So,
Yes,
yeah.
Absolutely. So thinking about our computer caves, what changes in games, in game design, and gaming experiences have benefited us as low vision players? You know, what things have made that gaming experience for us better in the last few years? Who's got a favourite thing that they want to absolutely talk about immediately right now?
I have a cop-out.
Sure.
My cop-out is that I'm just happy we're discussing accessibility in general.
Yeah.
Because it's a word I didn't even know until like 5 or 6 years ago. I just thought finding workarounds for playing games was finding workarounds for playing games.
Yeah.
So my favorite innovation is that accessibility has gone from this bad no-no word that sometimes get brought up where you'd say it, people would groan, to something that we could have an entire conference dedicated to. So that's my favorite thing.
I'm in trouble because I was going to say something basically the same thing.
Yeah.
No, one of the biggest advancements, I think, was when, for the community, is when the Game Awards started recognizing accessibility. That is when you know that something's changing. There are definitely technical things that have been possible, that are possible now that weren't before. I mean, at the start, from a visual perspective, things were really pixely and chunky, and I didn't have a problem necessarily. And then there was a middle period where everything was super detailed, and I struggled. But now we've got the ability to, we can do variable text size. Sometimes we do it, and we can do haptics, and we can do other stuff to fill in the blanks. So yeah, there's been a lot of technical advances. I think we'll probably talk about those going in the rest of the discussion. But the big ones definitely awareness and eagerness as well. I mean, there was a talk at this conference last year about accessibility in like a roguelike bullet hell shooter called Scourgebringer, and I never imagined I would even think about playing a game like that, and but they put stuff in there to make it work. So yeah.
Yeah, I think it's a really interesting point you make, actually, and a lot of us, we're of a certain generation where we probably did start out a lot of our gaming with those kind of pixely things, and they were more accessible to us because it was like, oh yes, the big chunky character in the big chunky landscape that I could see very clearly, and then, and I think that's probably for myself why I dropped out of gaming, because suddenly I was like, ugh, they've made it all detailed and stuff. How dare they?
I feel that so deeply. Like when you said before we jumped on the call that you kind of dropped out for a bit, like me too, and it was exactly that. When we went from Super Mario 64 to everything needing to be beautifully artistic, like don't get me wrong, art is wonderful, and I'm so happy that we have these gorgeous pieces of art that some games are, but from an accessibility standpoint, I just can't play them. It's like having a painting. It's like it's cool, but I can't work with it.
So what?
Yeah, it's almost. Oh, sorry, Amy.
You go for it, James.
I was just going to say it's almost like the advances in technology has just allowed them to make smaller and smaller text on the screen, which doesn't do me any favors.
Yeah. So if we think about it, those beautiful paintings, like what makes the painting better? Like what makes it playable for us? Can we list off some features, some things we love to see or kind of see?
Well, I like the higher contrast modes, or just any kind of sort of shader options where I can make things that are important to me, or that I'm supposed to interact with, just like stand out, pop that a little bit more, because if the colors are too similar, or if things don't have clear enough outlines, or like maybe like rim shading on a model or something like that, then I'm probably going to struggle with it. I'll not notice it. Yeah. I might find it eventually, but it'll take me a lot longer. Whereas just having some thought about the design of it. I mean, it's one of my favorite games over the past sort of 5-10 years has been the Deus Ex games, and in a lot of games like that, they tend to, well, especially the Deus Ex games, because your character is, a bit of a cyborg man. He looks at things and it'll put little boxes around things that you can interact with, and that's great because I'll see, even if it's not that visible, in terms of contrast, I'll see the change, if not the thing that it actually is, which can be enough. So yeah, like contrast modes and just having some thought about the way things are rendered really helps me.
I love stuff like that when it's an in-universe thing. So one of the best examples of that is, for me, in terms of contrast, would be Mirror's Edge. It's very aesthetically like high contrast and bright and colourful, but anything that's red is where you're supposed to go. So as long as you can get that distinction, and usually it's red on white, so it's quite high contrasty, then you can follow where you're supposed to go. And the reason is because you're a runner. This is your job. This is your intuition. It's a manifestation of your intuition. So there's this cool and universe way of doing it. Same thing with like rally games and stuff where you have help with directions coming up, and it's totally believable because that's what happens in real life.
Yeah, I love those inbuilt things that accidentally end up being accessible. So my example is A Plague Tale, where they had loads of light puzzles. Like a lot of the gameplay was about you had to direct this light in certain paths to get, through the scary monster plague rats. And I love that because it was so high contrast. You were looking for light on the screen. You were creating paths with light. You had to go and find fires and torches. And that was not designed as an accessibility feature at all. but I loved it because it did exactly what James is talking about contrast, about outlines, about picking something out in an environment. What kind of features do you appreciate, Leisha, with that kind of accessibility in mind?
Contrast.
Yeah.
Exactly that. Contrast, and of course anytime there's like voiceovers in a game, it's really helpful. Anytime, you have the option to not read a wall of text, but there's actually someone narrating what's happening, if there's a story kind of mode or a cutscene, it's super helpful for me. I love kind of like audio heavy games in that sense, because then I get to enjoy the story without having to, be uncomfortable or take a picture of the TV screen and then zoom in on the picture to read the text or something crazy like that.
I've done that. Yeah.
Yeah, I've done that.
Yeah, I do that all the time. I hate it.
I was playing Horizon Forbidden West the other day on stream, and what I was having to do, because I also have like a lot of low vision viewers, and they have this really frustrating mix between some of the collectibles and the lore isn't like an audio clip, but some of it is just a wall of text where it's like an email or something. And so what I was doing was I was snapping it with Microsoft Seeing AI and then listening to it like up to my mic so that we could all hear what was being said.
That's amazing.
And it's great, and like that's a great idea, but also they could just do that. Like synthetic voice, AI that voice for a collectible. My phone can do it. Why can't, like, having that in the game? It just feels like I'm having to do a workaround, and that can feel a bit frustrating.
No, it's so true, and like the amount of space that would take up digitally to have those little audio clips is like, it's so minuscule. Like, it wouldn't even make the file size that much bigger or anything. Like, there's no reason not to do it.
Yeah. How about other features that we've really enjoyed or have seen being kind of maybe a bit more standard or a bit more commonplace? Is there anything that you've noticed in game design that you're like, oh, everyone seems to be doing that now, it's great?
There's a couple that spring to mind for me. One of them in particular is quite ancient, and one of them started a while ago, but I think it's been kind of adopted as a standard. I remember a platform game called Braid that was it's a lovely, beautiful platform game, but it had this mechanic of rewinding time if you made a mistake. And you had to use that mechanic, and it did become part of the game. But it was really nice because if you made a mistake, you just go back. It was very handy. And then another one is how you'll hear a different sound if it's a first-person shooter. Common in arena shooters, like you'll hear a different sound if you're hitting an enemy versus one of your teammates. That's quite helpful. It just reinforces what you're seeing on the screen. And then another thing about talking about edge detection, and I totally agree that highlights and high contrast is super helpful. But in cases where they want to go for a more subdued artistic look, and there's some platform games we've played recently where having really high resolution haptic feedback helps you detect those edges and makes you realize it's not part of a decoration, it's actually an edge or an obstacle or something. So it gives you that cue through a different means, and that's really helpful as well.
Yeah, I mean, I fall off everything.
Yeah.
Like, I fall into parts of your game that you never intended people to fall into. Like, I get stuck, like, inside a tree because I've fallen off a cliff in a narrative game, and they're like, no one will fall off this cliff, and I live in that tree until I can reset that game. It is a running joke on my streams that, like, I will fall off everything. So yes, more edge detection would be amazing. What about you, James? What are you loving finding in games?
Just any option that lets me scale up the UI. Mm-hmm. Anything that just lets me make the text bigger. There's one. It's an old game now. I think Warframe, sort of free to play, sort of cyborg ninja jumpy choppy game. That had a UI scaling mode which let you make it massive to the point where it will just UI elements will bleed over one another when they appear on the screen, and it goes way beyond the designed limits of it probably, but that's where I would set it, because then I would know kind of what was happening, where my health was at, what items I was picking up, and things like that. And I like it when they design a UI scaling to do that, Because often I get very excited when I see UI scaling. I think, oh, brilliant, I can make the UI bigger. And then I realise that it only goes so far before the UI kind of breaks and the game becomes like basically unplayable. You know, sort of UI scaling designed for bigger monitors rather than accessibility. But, you know, I'll take it where I can get it. If it works, it works.
Yeah, I think we can all like agree that when people describe things as like largest, it is not the largest. We want it bigger, people. Like, and I really like that idea around monitors, like especially with PC gaming, being like, you know, my setup here is I've got a standard PC monitor, and then my other monitor is a 48-inch television. Like, that is what I play games on, and it is arm's length away from me. Yeah, so having that, like, being able to configure that would be awesome, Source. I would love that.
I mean, there was one, another example of it was the Division 2, which was great. That game let you configure the size not of the whole UI, but you could really sort of go granular and make certain parts really big and leave other parts that maybe you didn't use so much. Like I'm not going to use a chat window or something, so I can have that tiny. But the map, all the other stuff, that can be, I'll make that as big as it can go.
Yeah, that's a really good point. Something that was mentioned earlier was a kind of like audio design. You were talking about that, Matthew. And I wondered if there was anything in audio design that is kind of accidental, but something we all really rely on. Those different sounds that give us cues about our environment, because as blind, low vision people, like, that's how we navigate life. Like, so actually when we put it into that gaming environment, I find it really useful when you have musical scores that are like, the scary thing is happening, the scary thing is happening, oh, you've killed all the people, no more scary music. Like, I take huge cues from that and probably notice it more than other players. What do you think about that, Leisha? How do you do, you know, audio stuff?
I was just thinking of some of my favorite games from my childhood, like Banjo-Kazooie and stuff like that, where like you'd be coming closer to an enemy or a specific part of the game, and the music would change. I think Glover also had something like that. Do you guys remember Glover? Glover was awesome. I don't know why, but yeah, like a lot of games like that I used to play back in the day did that, and it helped a lot when I was trying to kind of find myself as a gamer and someone who couldn't see, to be able to really kind of figure out where in the map I was, how close I was to danger based on the sounds. The music would change, or like a certain area of the map would have its own sound or whatever. Like, I love that. I love it so much.
Yeah. Any other examples people can think about of those? You were talking a bit about bullets and stuff, Matthew.
Yeah, I mean, I was thinking Unreal had that dynamic music as well, and I think it's a thing that's generally been fairly well adopted. And the cues it gives you, as you were saying, Amy, and Lisa, is very useful. Yeah, the sound of hitting your teammates versus enemies, that's useful. I think another thing that technology has enabled games to do is have more varied sounds. So, I mean, some first-person shooters, very early ones, they would actually use the same sounds for different enemies, or at least some of the same sounds. So you wouldn't be able to tell them apart just by their sound. But nowadays, you can do that a lot more easily. So that's a help, definitely.
Yeah, I love a chatty NPC, you know?
Yeah.
And they're just chatting away, being like, hello, I am the farmer, and I am stood here being a farmer, talking about farmer things. Come and talk to me about You know, I love that. And I know people probably think it's really cluttered, and like, I love it when they're chatting away to themselves. What about you, James? What kind of audio stuff do you love?
Oh, well, probably the most sort of I've got from audio in games recently is just the first-person shooters. Put my headphones on and sort of camp around listening for footsteps. I used to play a lot of Titanfall 2 when it came out. Probably the first first-person shooter online sort of multiplayer that I ever really got into, and a lot of that was because, you know, I just got good headphones. I could sit with my stealth suit on and my shotgun and hide. Guard a point, and when I would hear people coming, I'd be able to pinpoint roughly the direction they were coming from, made myself invisible, wait for them. I'd see them before they saw me, which never happens in any multiplayer game. And then, blam, that's my point. You know, I'd hold the point, our team would win, and, you know, I'd probably be top of the table on there because I'm capturing a point constantly. All very rewarding.
I love it. I bet we're all really good stealth players as well, because we are patient We will wait. We will find that accessible spot and hide and wait for you. It's really interesting that you talk about multiplayer, because that's something I actually get quite put off as a low vision blind player, because I'm quite scared of the reaction of, all the teenage boys I might come across. But I was thinking a little bit more about community and how we learn stuff from each other as a community. And I know something that's really been important to you, James, and a lot of what you've been doing in your work about building that community.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, when we started within RNIB building well, it was actually, I'd thought for a while that we were going to have a bunch of people in our community that were interested in computer and video games, but had never really had anyone talk to them about it. And the way our organisation works, it's pretty rare that we start a group or something on its own without community members coming to us and asking for it. So I was fortunate enough that, we had a community member in Ireland come to, their local team. And by that point, I'd become well known within RNIB as that member of staff that knows all about the games. So my colleague Fiona came to me and asked me if we could sort of collaborate on starting up a group. And, within a few weeks, we had like maybe sort of 12, 15 people all, come together just to have a chat about games. And that's sort of continued since November 2020. So it's a real sort of lockdown creation. But yeah, we had a mix of people from all across the sight loss spectrum. Some people with a lot of useful sight playing a lot of mainstream games. Some people with very little useful sight, none at all, even. Playing mostly games on mobile devices through voiceover, and in some cases as well on Alexa devices, which, with that sort of natural speech interface and no visual element to it, or at least, with most of the models, it's potentially a great medium for gaming for blind people. But we'll see. So the community group, came together actually really quite quickly, and we've since then started sort of bringing together other groups across the country, most recently in the southwest of England and Wales, I think it is.
That's amazing. I think what you said before we started recording our chat is you made a really good point around, for blind people, they get that, there are audiobooks for the books, and that there are braille things, but actually there's not always an understanding that we want to play games and that we can play some games, and that there's a whole market and a whole community out there of people that are really interested, and there's not often enough information about what is available. What's your experience of that been, Matthew, around kind of reaching people and telling them about stuff?
So I've learned quite a lot from fellow gamers with disabilities. I know you do a lot of streaming, Amy. I have watched Sightless Combat stuff on YouTube and learn a lot from that. I tend to find it difficult to keep up with streams with chats and things in them, but I mean, in terms of when you're actually playing a game, now we've got voice chat in games, so that's all cool from that perspective. But I really like the fact that you can go back and revisit streams and pause it on a point that you were struggling to keep up with at the time, and you can replay it, and you can even see what the chat was at the time. It's actually quite easy to do stuff asynchronously. And I've met people, I've learned from people virtually and IRL at this conference, in fact, in people with different types of disabilities. I met the person behind Voiced Gaming YouTube channel and learned so much about that. Really interesting stuff. So there's so many avenues now for sharing knowledge within the community. And also, I'm a bit scared of playing sort of multiplayer games. Originally it was because of the chat, now not so much a problem, but generally just the pace of it. But in terms of playing games with friends, collaborative games like Starship Bridge Simulation type stuff, you can each do something that you're good at. So that's a really good thing because you're working together and you can do something that plays to your strengths. So that sort of thing is really good. And then also, especially during the last few years, playing computer versions of board games has enabled me to play board games that I never would have been able to play properly IRL. So that's been pretty cool.
Scrabble. Finally play Scrabble. Like it's like this whole cultural thing that people grew up playing Scrabble, and I was like, frickin' Scrabble. I don't even see the stupid tiles. Now
I relate.
Yeah, and now you
I
can,
relate so well.
and now I can play it on a computer. I love that. I think it's a really great point you made, Matthew, about other people with disabilities that aren't vision related, and I completely agree. And there are so many times, and I hope it's happening in the Discord of the chat now, where we're going to talk about something like haptics or UI scaling or audio environments, and there's going to be all sorts of other people saying, "Oh yeah, that would really help me for my disability, my impairment." There's loads of stuff that I know cognitive accessibility advocates talk about with, getting the information in an accessible format, that, having prompts, having audio cues, having additionally voiced information really assists them. And I think that's what I always say when I talk to game designers. I say, yeah, okay, well, I'm asking you to design this thing, but there's going to be loads of other people that will benefit from this. And I think that's why it's really great to be part of that wider community, to learn, to do that shared advocating. And Leisha, I know that it's quite new to you, a lot of this, and I wondered, from your perspective, what could we be doing better as a community to be finding people and telling them about this stuff and opening up gaming to them?
So I think, do you mean talking to people in the industry who are not disabled about making these features, or do you mean reaching out to people within the kind of broader disabled community and telling them more about the features that exist?
I suppose I was thinking first about people who maybe are blind or have low vision, who think, oh, I can't play video games, that's not for me, I'm not allowed.
Yeah, so in that case, I mean, it's hard because a lot of that is also kind of environmental, right? Especially, I'm lucky that I was raised by a blind parent. So I was raised and grew up being told that I can do everything that everyone else does, and there's no reason to other me, right? But it's super hard for parents or parents who are not blind themselves, who are raising disabled or blind children, who then have to be like, oh, well, can they? And the answer is yes. Yeah. The answer is emphatically yes, they can. And they should, because it's a great way to be a part of a community. It's a great way to make friends. It's a great way, especially when talking about digital games, if they can get over that fear or discomfort playing multiplayer, it's a great way to make friends who are interested in the same things that you're interested in. And when you build those friendships and those relationships through gaming, you could realize that you have other stuff in common too. So it's a really good stepping stone to, not being isolated and to feeling like you're part of something. And as a community manager myself, this is this is so important, and I see it every day at work. People come together because they both play the same game, and then they find out later on that they also like the same band, or something like that. So it's so important to have that community. And I think, I think there's no such thing as a person who should not play games or who games are not for, because games are for everyone.
Absolutely. Hear, hear. And it's interesting, I think, you talking about how do we get that message to devs. But I'm quite excited that, there are people here in this conversation who are working in that industry and are doing that work. And how did that happen? If you're a low vision gamer, if you're really into gaming, I mean, first of all, you might have to come over these obstacles to actually play games. But the idea of being a dev or being part of a studio, that feels super impossible. So kind of what would your advice be around getting into that career path, or where are those opportunities? I'm going to ask you again, Leisha.
Own it. Own it. Just own it. Just walk in and be like, yeah, I'm blind. My LinkedIn literally says I'm a cool blind person. And all of that is all facts. My Twitter says I'm a blind person out to ruin video games, which is also a fact. But my LinkedIn says I'm a cool blind person, because it's true. I have nothing to hide. And they're going to find out anyway as soon as they meet me and I inadvertently walk into a glass door at the office, right? So there's no reason to not be upfront about it. And I feel like the fact that I am so unapologetically blind helps people in a way, because it forces them to accept the thought that this person can't see. And then there's sort of no there's no room for ambiguity there, right? So I think it's just a matter of, as scary as it probably sounds, just walking in there and being like, yep, I can't see. What are you going to do about it? This is who I am. It's not going to change. Glasses aren't going to help. Nothing's going to help. So, like, look at my CV. I'm clearly good at what I do. So what are we doing? Are we doing this or not? You know? Like, I don't know.
I'm living for that confidence. Matthew, I know you're doing kind of work around standards and, you know, what can be done with platforms and stuff. I'd love to hear more about that and your kind of insider work.
Yeah, so as I mentioned, I'm quite heavily involved with W3C work, and the working group that I'm in, we have a responsibility to make sure that the specifications and the things that W3C is making are accessible. And the great thing about W3C is, as an organization, it's so into inclusion, accessibility, internationalization, security, privacy, all those things. Like, they are huge concerns. We spend a lot of effort on them, and they're already things that people know that they need to do. They're kind of, the level of awareness is very high, but sometimes when they're developing, you know, a particular group might be developing something, maybe it's to do with XR, maybe it's to do with anything to do with web content, basically. They might want a little bit more input on how to make it accessible, and that's where the group that I'm involved with comes in, and we work with the group who's developing the spec and help them understand maybe the use cases or, you know, the general techniques. And we've been doing some work on, for example, most topical to this conference is probably XR. So we've been looking at the use cases around accessibility for XR, and there's a document that covers user needs from an accessibility perspective in XR, but also media synchronization, so, subtitles, captions, real-time communications, all of these things are relevant for games. So, you know, hopefully those documents will be of use in giving you some pointers as to the sorts of things you need to consider when you want to make something accessible.
Fantastic. So my experience is mainly from the kind of consultancy perspective. Like, I love to tell people that I get paid to play video games now. Like, I love being able to tell people that. It's like whenever I talk to people from my old workplace and they're like, how's the freelancing going? And I'm like, it's great, I get paid to play video games. But James, you've got a whole community of people that are really interested in, you know, getting into gaming, giving their experiences. For people in the audience who are like, I feel like this is an untapped market for me or a resource that I need to involve people, like, what is the best way to reach people and to get them involved in being part of that design and development process?
Well, I mean, our community groups are always open to any developers that want to speak with us. They wouldn't actually, that's happened before. Actually, we have had at least one major developer that I can't name, obviously, because that's how the games industry works. You know, we sent some of our, or we didn't send them, the studio paid to have our community members travel across the UK to where they're based to provide feedback on some of the changes that they're, you know, maybe thinking about making to their future games, and that was very exciting. You know, so there's that element of it. We've also got, you know, specialists and blind gaming communities out there who are generally very sort of open to developers coming and speaking to them. And, you know, there's besides that as well, you know, you may have you've obviously you get Twitter as well. You could always just ask on Twitter. There's plenty of us out there looking for these types of opportunities.
Yeah, blind people love Twitter because it's words. I would say, of course, we're all available for a very reasonable consulting fee.
But we do get paid.
Yeah, and that's a really important point to make, is that we should get paid. Like, pay your disabled experts.
Well, yeah, yes. I do agree. Yeah, because it's something that we would, you know, we've had some very like small developers, some individuals come to us, and you know, we take the opportunities to our community members, and we see, you know, if they're up for it, they can go for it. You know, we don't act as gatekeepers to it. We just act as a messenger, you know, which is important because, we don't want to be a barrier to people getting involved with these things in any way at all.
Absolutely.
But certainly, pay us, because we're bringing expertise that's important to the success of your game, and you would do that for anybody in any other role in game development.
Yeah.
So why not us?
Hear, hear. And thinking about ongoing game development, what is the stuff in the future? What are the new trends? Is there anything we're excited about? Is there anything we're concerned about? Matthew, you were talking about XR there. That's a new trend. What do you think is in the future for kind of low vision gamers and that experience?
I think the future is good. Just from our experience of how much interest there is from the people making the standards, making experiences with this medium, they want to know how to do it accessibly. There's a lot of discussion and research into how to do that. There's also a lot of research just generally, and I think we've touched upon this, is when you have information coming to you in multiple channels, multimodality, when it's done well, it reinforces. So things like high resolution haptics telling you where the edges are, we can do stuff like that now that fills in the gaps and allows you maybe to have something that's beautiful and accessible, and maybe also some perhaps slightly boring stuff like thinking of alternative content in the cases that you can't make something accessible, but also bear in mind that it's quite often possible to design it to be accessible, use color as well as shape, all these sorts of things. You can work that into the design of your game universe, and it can really work. And constraints bring about creativity, and I wouldn't necessarily say that accessibility is a constraint, but general design constraints can bring about some really creative outcomes.
Oh, I love that. That's such a brilliant way of putting it. Thank you, Matthew. Leisha, what are you excited about in the future of gaming for low vision players?
So this is sort of like a double-edged sword, because you said, what am I excited about and what am I concerned about?
Sure.
And it's the same.
Yeah.
I'm excited and concerned, talking about, making sure that people get paid for their work and for their time. Exactly this. So I remember I spoke last year at a conference on accessibility, and right after that, I actually got someone who was, I guess, sending out like mass LinkedIn spam messages to anyone who had accessibility in their profile, offering me accessibility consulting services. And they had like a company that only did it, and they were talking in the message about their low prices and how they can do this. And for me, that was instantly like a red flag about like, why are your prices low? Why are you doing low priced accessibility consulting? That should not be low priced. That should cost the same as if you were doing consulting for QA or consulting for IDFA or any other thing where you would need a consultant. So I'm excited about the fact that more and more people, especially, disabled people, are getting into accessibility consulting, being able to, find ways to support themselves, generate income, join the game industry and be part of it. But I'm concerned that people are taking advantage of our eagerness and our passion and maybe our lack of experience with, working life in general, for example, since a lot of us do struggle with chronic unemployment.
I think that's a really good point, and I think, again, that's where community comes back in, isn't it? And actually building that community of support. I know I have lots of colleagues within the industry that we refer each other bits, and we bolster each other, and we say, oh, so-and-so was cheeky, they have to do it for free, and like, we will talk about you if you ask us to do things for free, so beware. James, what are you excited about, or a little concerned about, or both, for the future of gaming?
Well, there's two things. So I'll the first one is probably the conversations about difficulty levels in games that have been going on, and the movement maybe away, hopefully, from difficulty settings as just being like a linear scale, and more towards having a more sort of holistic approach to develop the game difficulty, where there's many more scalable options, and let you go in and tailor the game to your particular tastes, to your particular to sort of adjust to things that maybe cause you more issues than other people. The other thing that I'm actually quite optimistic about as well, is that I'm going to bang the R&IB drum a little bit here, but there's also the there's not a lot of research on what's on the state of VI gaming, how many people are playing games, what they're playing, and things like that. So the RNIB has this big piece of research which you've probably heard about on this conference, and that will provide a statistical data foundation for not just our services but anything else VI gaming wise that other people want to build on, which is really, really good. I think it's something that's been sort of kind of lacking. There's a lot of anecdotal evidence, developers saying, "Oh, I made my game accessible and then I made lots of money," or whatever. But it's difficult to sort of build a case for making games accessible in terms of like return on investment on things like that if you don't have a broader data set. But I mean, that'll probably all be. I'm not involved in the RNIB research really at all, so I don't really know too much about what's happening.
But don't worry, a moderator will be putting all the links in the chat right now. What am I excited about and what am I nervous about? I am really excited about the opportunities, kind of like Leisha's saying. And one thing I'm super, super excited about, and something I'm quite personally invested in, is audio-described gaming adverts. That is something that I think could become increasingly standard, and I love audio-described gaming adverts because then I can be involved in the hype just like everybody else. And then for me, it's a little hop into a slightly bigger leap from audio describing your advert to audio describing your cutscenes, and that is what I would love to happen, especially for me as a person who loves a narrative game. That would be the absolute icing on the cake over the next couple of years, for that to become, like it is in film and TV, just a good industry standard of audio describing the adverts and the cutscenes. Things I'm a little bit worried about. I'm a little bit scared of VR. I don't know what that's going to be like as a visually impaired player. I think a lot of us have conditions that are going to make it very challenging around depth and kind of navigating an environment using a VR headset. So I'm really glad that people like Matthew are there and doing that work around that. So just to draw us to a close, I'm going to ask everyone to give your kind of like final soundbite, your rallying call. What is important to you as a low vision gamer, and what is the message, the key message that you want everyone to take away from this panel? Matthew, I'm going to ask you first.
So we haven't touched on this yet, and I'll be very brief, but I did some work on authoring tools a while back, and I think authoring tools might be the next big step in accessibility, because you can learn a lot from making games as well as playing them, and I would love to see more emphasis on that empowerment that comes from that generally, just across the board in accessibility, not just games. Empowering people to make stuff is cool. I would say I'm excited because more often than not now, if something new is coming up and there's hype around it, I think your idea is great, Amy. But we start to expect that we can actually play it, and this is fantastic. But please make the text size bigger.
Okay, text size bigger. We want to be able to design games and play them. From Matthew. James.
I had something there, but I've thrown I went completely blank. Come back to me in a second. I'll have it. Please.
No worries, Leisha.
So this is just a message for all of the people kind of watching and hanging along with us here. If you can't play something, tell the developer.
Yeah.
Send them an email. Send a tweet. Don't just give up on it and say, well, I guess I can't play this. It's 2022. We're not doing that anymore. If we can't play something, we're telling why we can't play it, and we're giving that advice forward, and we're trying to, make things better for the future. Because there are still going to be games, as great as things are, that we just can't play, but we need to keep the discussion going online, especially about why we can't play them, so that way, the community can understand, and obviously the game industry can then understand better about where we still need to improve. Never stop complaining.
Ha! Never stop complaining. That's the message, Leisha. I love it. James.
Yeah, I've got it. My brain is working again. So, what do I say is, if you're watching this and if you're a blind or power-society person and you're thinking, join a community.
Yeah.
Whether it's, obviously we have ours at RNIB, but there's plenty of other options out there, whether it's, watch a blind to a power society streamer and, join their Discord and connect with other people there, and join one of the various sort of web forums. You've got, your audio gamers, audiogames.net, or if you're into mobile games, you've got like Apple Viz. They've got their dedicated game section. There's plenty of options out there. Or even just, try and start conversations with blind or power society people on Twitter, or the people involved with the games companies, with making the games that you like, about the games that you enjoy playing or that you want to play, But reach out to people and connect with others, because it makes such a difference.
Yeah. And we're nice. We're nice to chat to. We're mates. Haven't we been lovely to listen to? Look how friendly we are. Come chat to us. We're nice. I guess my final thing is that my advice, particularly to any devs or studio creatives, is go and play some games designed for blind people. Because there are so many features that you can take away and put into your games. And particularly good audio design. We've got like award-winning stuff like The Veil, Shadow of the Crown. Go and play that game. Because you will learn so much about good audio design that is completely transferable to your blockbuster or your indie or whatever. So play some games for blind people. It's going to be a great way to learn. As well as, of course, we've said, listen to us and pay us. So thank you very much, everybody. I hope everyone's enjoyed our panel. So goodbye from me and goodbye from all the lovely panelists. And hopefully we'll be chatting away in the Discord. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you for the great panel. We went a few minutes over, so I'm not going to do too much of a recap. All of our panelists being very, very cheeky about my time today. But thank you so much to all of our panelists. I mean, I think a few of the summaries is in Discord, a lot of people realized they had misconceptions of what being blind or low vision was, about the best ways to move forward. Even just learning more about screen readers, the workarounds that these gamers were doing. And we all agreed that tiny text is a bad thing. I do also want to take a moment before we break for dinner or lunch to talk about Battenberg. So Amy is the person who started the Game Accessibility Conference with Battenberg cake. In the food channel, Amy had posted that she was having Battenberg, and I had never had it. And it's what kicked off this entire adventure. So if you are sick of seeing posts about Battenberg cake, us eating Battenberg cake, the Battenberg cake emoji, again, this is all Amy's fault. So you can let her know how you feel about it. I personally am incredibly pleased because I love marzipan and cake. So I win. All right, with that, we are going to be taking our break for lunch. We're going to be back at 15 after. So go have some food, rest up, and I'll see you on the other side. Thanks. Hello. I hope everyone had a great break. You were able to grab some food, rest up, stretch, whatever it is that you needed. Saw some delicious food. Even though apparently it was last night's leftovers, look, Vicky, it still looked delicious and I wanted to eat it. As I mentioned yesterday, when we go through and we do the micro talks, they are some of my favorite. Having these rapid fire 15-minute talks that do a deep dive into a specific subject are so clean and concise. I absolutely love them every time. And we're going to kick those off with our first one, one-handed gaming. Now, this is coming from Barry, who doesn't like when I say his name like strawberry, Barry Ellis. And all of his presentations that we've had previously at the Game Accessibility Conference have been great because they always start with the history. It's really easy to think that, gaming accessibility in gaming has started recently, that it's something that just came about in the last 10 years or whatever. And, he's always able to show that it's not true. So here we are with one-handed gaming, some history, some solutions, some problems. Let's take a look.
Blast your way toward higher scores with the Pointmaster competition joystick from Dishwasher. Its fighter pilot's hand grip gives you control as you blow away invading mutants. The fast-action thumb trigger makes blasting robots unearthly easy. And the rugged Pointmaster is almost indestructible as you maneuver through the galaxy. Extend your survival time against gorillas, ghouls, ghosts, dragons, and alien invaders with Pointmaster.
Pointmaster is available now wherever you buy video games.
One-handed gamers span all demographics. They include amputees, people with paralysis, people with a much preferred side, some with an arm, wrist or hand injury, some born without a pair of fully functioning hands, those who prefer or need games with simpler controls, and anyone doing two things at once, such as streamers, note takers and map makers, maybe Brian Ferry. Among these people, some will use one hand and another part of the body to play. Some will have less than 4 fingers and a thumb. Some will have a limited finger span or reach. Some won't be able to manage VR and Wii-like motion-tracked controls. Some will only have the standard supplied controller. Some will use something more custom. Some will find play painful. And some will give up if unable to find a comfortable way to play. From the start of electronic gaming, there have been one-handed games. Spotlight Golf from 1936 is believed to be the world's first electronic computer game. This ingenious golf simulator used real golf clubs and as such could be played one-handed as with the real thing. Atari's Pong ignited the 1970s craze for interactive television tennis, one dial and automatically served balls at its most pure. Home Pong rip-offs often came with a realistic-looking light gun controller, also one-hand accessible for many. Golden Age arcade games with one-hand controls were in the minority. They were, however, often legendary, including Super Breakout, Pac-Man, Ms. Pac-Man, Frogger, Gorf, Star Wars, and Marble Madness. Atari's Star Wars analog yoke controller gave one-hand access to one of the greatest arcade games of all time. Playing with more complex controls than you can easily reach demands uncomfortable contortions and an arpeggiated, panicked dance between controls. Williams Electronics' twin-stick shooter Robotron 2084 gave an ominous glimpse of the future in more ways than one. The 1977 Atari VCS sparked a high point in one-hand game accessibility, It launched with a DE9 joystick connector that became the standard of 1980s home computing. On the VCS, if you had a one-handed joystick and could reach the console to press game reset, you could expect to be able to play almost any game as well with one hand as with two. The unrestricted Atari VCS joystick standard led to a massive choice for gamers across many platforms to suit all budgets. Popular home computers of the 1980s lacking an Atari joystick port commonly made use of adapters to tap into this huge resource. Commercial control remapping devices soon surfaced, greatly improving access. Among these 80s computers lacking an Atari joystick port, most used the keyboard for a way to play. For slower paced games, one-finger typing would be enough. For faster action titles, it wasn't uncommon to be offered the option of redefining your keys. This enabled keys to be clustered into a one-handed arrangement to suit. Some games would need to wait, however, for a cracked version or emulation many years later to become this accessible. In 1983, Atari recognised that some children couldn't manage their standard joysticks, nor the pressure of many of their games. Alongside the Children's Television Workshop, Atari released the Kids Controller and a range of Sesame Street themed game cartridges. This accessible controller consisted of a large flat number pad with game overlays, using large symbols to denote where to press and what that should do. The Apple Mac, Atari ST, Commodore Amiga and early Microsoft Windows popularised the mouse interface. Despite lacking a shared connection standard, point-and-click adventures opened new worlds for one-handed play. The 1983 Nintendo Famicom gamepad sounded the death knell for the Atari joystick standard. Using familiar Game & Watch controls, integral start and select buttons, and a flat design that suited some one-handed play as well, at a stretch, this gamepad changed history. For others, the small controls caused instant problems. Some useful options would follow, such as the Oltec 3 Meijin-kun one-hand joystick adapter. In Western markets, the repackaged NES was not even compatible with sibling Famicom controllers. One-handed gaming was starting to require increasingly dexterous control, even if you could find a deliberately made one-handed controller. ASCII released many one-handed controllers, including for the original PlayStation in 1997. The ASCII grip worked with most pre-analog stick games and had two remappable rear buttons. USB. A new hope was emerging with the 1996 Universal Serial Bus standard, designed to make connecting all sorts of peripherals to computers easier. But would these potential benefits take off and follow through to game consoles? 1997 was a difficult year for one-hand game accessibility, for two reasons. Firstly, Sony released the DualShock controller, their most complex to date, with 2 sticks and 17 buttons. Secondly, it was a huge success, just not for one-handed players. Meanwhile, the mobile phone gaming world started to take shape, from Nokia's Snake to the use of Java and the 1999 Japanese iMode, with many purely thumb-controlled games becoming popular. Sony stuck with their original PlayStation console connector for the 2000 PlayStation 2. The PS2 ended up with an impressive array of third-party one-hand game controllers. Mostly these were Japanese controllers, aimed at RPG adventurers, baseball strategists and Super Robot War aficionados. As with the Atari, many adapters would surface to make PlayStation controllers work on other games machines. The 2000 Dragon Plus RPG ambidextrous controller was so popular that the controller was remade years later under the guidance of Consoles and Gadgets in Scotland, who retained the patent, as I understand. In 2005, Microsoft launched the Xbox 360 with restricted USB ports, forcing a proprietary authentication chip check. This technical barrier formed a walled garden that severely hampered controller diversity, the opposite of USB access on PCs running Windows. Eventually, by hook or by crook, people found a way to circumnavigate this so that they could better enjoy Xbox games. 2006, UK game accessibility focused website oneswitch.org.uk starts selling one-handed controllers from £10, about $8. It also shared news of new controllers on its blog, which continues to this day. In 2006, Nintendo went against the grain of ever more buttons and sticks, when they released the motion tracking Wii remote. It was a massive success, opening new markets. This said, not all could manage the accurate gestures required, and the plug-in nunchuck added a further barrier. Of note, some games gave multiple controller options. With Madden 08, EA Sports introduced a family play mode, which gave the options for one- or two-handed play. 2006. USA-based engineer Ben Heck builds an Xbox 360 one-handed controller. This would be the first of many scratch-built controllers, including clamp-on one-hand gadgets for some arcade pinball and video game machines. His one-handed controller videos have been collectively viewed millions of times. 2007. The iPhone release and popularity alongside Android changes mobile gaming forever. One finger or one finger and thumb accessible games gain massive success, including Candy Crush, Fruit Ninja, Flappy Birds and Angry Birds. 2008. The Ben Heck designed e-dimensional access controller is released for the PS2, PS3 and PC. This wireless controller with swappable control modules sold for around $140. In 2010, Sony rolled out an update 3.50 for the PS3 with a worrying claim that some third-party controllers may ignite or explode, resulting in injury or damage to the user, your PlayStation 3 or other property. At a broad stroke, many previously working devices became useless on the PS3. This included the access controller. A fairly dry spell followed for off-the-shelf solutions, with many people relying on an ever-dwindling supply of PlayStation 2 era controllers with adapters. During this time, many curious and ingenious do-it-yourself one-handed controller ideas were shared online. Many never made it much further. The controller project is started in 2012 by Caleb Craft. Its mission? To 3D print and sometimes design any solution they can to help disabled gamers for free or drastically reduced cost using a worldwide volunteer network. They also run 3D print design competitions to encourage new ideas. 2014, Evil Controllers start to sell one-handed focused controllers in the USA. They remain one of the most consistent outfits to support this area. In late 2015, controller remapping options start to roll out for the PS4 and Xbox One, and have happily continued into the next generation. Remapping has remained rather limited, however. As of 2022, very little has improved in console system-level controller remapping. Apple iOS and Android have nothing. The following would help. Full remapping, including analog controls to buttons and vice versa, analog sensitivity adjustment, fast profile swapping, shift options to give buttons a secondary control, auto-fire or latching, Nintendo Switch features such as the ability to remap, capture, share, and the facility to disable individual controls, PlayStation and Xbox to ensure that the options menu button can be remapped to a more comfortable position, and an Xbox-like co-pilot feature. In 2016, OneSwitch developed a method of converting a Sony PS3 navigation controller into a far more powerful one-hand controller thanks to the Titan adapter. Various joystick modes, including driving and exploring, could be reached from the joystick via a special shift button. Alongside Celtic Magic, this morphed into the game control mixer system the following year. This enabled anyone using one joystick and one or more buttons a way to reach all controls. A one-handed version and a gamebook of ideas for one stick and two button play followed. Finding games that are possible to play with a small number of controls remains a challenge on game consoles. 2017. Julio Vasquez created a simple 3D printed joiner to make a full one-handed controller from two Nintendo Switch Joy-Cons. This freely available 3D print design can be sourced ready-made from eBay and the Controller Project. Some players have complained of the comfort level with such tiny controls in one hand, but it remains an excellent option to at least try. Virtual reality came into the mainstream with the launch of PSVR on PS4 and with various PC options. A handful of PSVR games, including Gran Turismo Sport and Resident Evil 7, included a DualShock option. No hand tracking required, just standard PS4 controls. an empowering option normally missing in VR gaming. Also in 2017, the Walking VR project explored some interesting experiments in one-handed VR use via software assist modes. VR poses an ongoing struggle for physically disabled gamers. 2017, Microsoft Copilot is launched as an update to the Xbox One operating system. It mimics long-established hardware techniques of merging two controllers to appear as one. This meant that some one-handed players could hold a controller in one hand and use a second controller with a foot to reach more controls, or just play as a team. A forever useful feature, sadly lacking from other consoles. 2018 saw the release of the Xbox Adaptive Controller, the ZAC. This device allows for a wide range of joysticks and accessibility switches to be used alone or alongside a standard gamepad controller with the Xbox Copilot mode. Around this time, PDP supplied a USB one-handed joystick with 2 buttons, which has since been discontinued. Similar solutions have surfaced. Throughout the USB era, the far less restricted Windows PC platform saw a massive array of controllers and methods for more accessible gaming. 2020, Xbox released their new generation Xbox Series SX, keeping backward compatibility with Xbox One era controllers and features. A massive instant boost for accessibility in one stroke with no need to go back to square one. 2 RPG games from Square Enix, Bravely Default 2 and Neo Replicant, came with a far too rare one-handed play mode. Many games offer extremely beneficial easier play modes, but seldom reduce the controls down so that play is possible with one half of the controller. 2021 and 2022, Akaki Kumeri releases some of the most advanced one-handed 3D printed snap-on adapters yet seen for the PS4, PS5 and Xbox. Some of these 3D prints can be downloaded from Prusa printers, bought ready-made from Etsy, or requested for free or at cost from the Controller Project. Previous snap-on adapters have normally been for far simpler controllers. These 3D prints are today trying to deal with some of the most complex gamepads ever made. They are not perfect in my experience, with stick centering issues, the high level of dexterity needed, and on my PS4 prints, some controls being unintentionally pressed. Fettling, patience and practice is required to get the best out of these, but that these work at all is something of a miracle. oneswitch.org.uk recommendations. Improve system-level control remapping. Help customers to find suitable games. Offer in-store filters so players can filter out games that require more buttons, joysticks and/or gesture tracking than they can manage. Someone remake the Dragon Plus RPG one-hand controller for the modern era, or something like it. This has an ambidextrous design and it does not require wrist, arm nor shoulder movement to play. Offer a one-handed play option in games. Be aware of what's out there already. News on one-handed gaming can be found at the likes of OneSwitch and Special Effect, and new things to keep an eye on such as BioWave's Proteus controller and Dark Colar's motion control project. Loan library and assessment services such as at Special Effect, NMA Gaming and Everyone Can, these are great places to ask for more help, and there are many more. Funding help can be found from various UK charities, Able Gamers and beyond. And where you can get one-handed controllers to keep, such as from the Controller Project, OneSwitch, HitClick, Evil Controllers and Warfighter Engaged. Keep thinking about what might improve things further. Better one-hand accessible control options are there to be found in the future, and perhaps one day, platform controller access can be more open again.
Like I said, I think everyone learned a little bit of history. I actually have the ASCII grip for the original PlayStation that I think I bought it off of Barry. But it's fascinating to be able to hold these things up close and touch them, and honestly just seeing like how easy this is to fit into someone's hand with even the grips here and the buttons on the back. We don't have equivalents of things like this anymore. So we are going to be taking another short break before we roll into our next micro talk. The break is going to be about 5 minutes long, and then we'll be coming back to learn about dyspraxia in gaming. So I will see you when we get back. Thanks. All right. Rolling on to our next micro talk. Remember to shift to the appropriate channel in the Discord, and we will continue the conversation. It's also always great to look in the Discord and see that people are saying that they can't make the talk live, but they can't wait to watch it after the fact because they already know it's gonna be good. So this next talk is dyspraxia in gaming. So despite 5 to 10% of the world having dyspraxia, it's surprisingly not very well known. In this talk, Teal is going to educate us on not just dyspraxia, but dyslexia and an even less known disability, Erland syndrome. And so with that, I'm going to hand it off. Thank you.
Hi there, I'm Teal Bald, I'm a content creator on YouTube, and I appreciate you all taking the time to learn about disabilities. This is a wonderful step in the right direction, so thank you. Dyspraxia is a weird disability. I'm sure you've all heard of dyslexia, as that's more commonly known, but in case you aren't aware, the Oxford English Dictionary defines it as a general term for disorders that involve difficulty in learning to read or interpret words, letters, and other symbols, but does not affect general intelligence. So you may find it hard to count, or letters may get jumbled up, so it becomes hard to read. This is going to be a fun script for me to read for this video. According to research, 9 to 12% of the world are dyslexic, myself included, with 2 to 4% seriously affected. So we're looking at over 700 million people with dyslexia in the world. That's obviously quite a lot. No wonder most people know about it. Dyspraxia is very different. Similarly to dyslexia, it doesn't affect general intelligence, but instead affects other aspects like coordination and balance. So for me, I find it hard to ride a bike with stabilizers. It affects how you learn new skills. It affects how you write, type, draw, and grasp small objects. It can affect how you function in social situations, how you deal with emotions, how you deal with time management, and the list goes on. Surprisingly, there are apparently 5 to 10% of the population of the world who are dyspraxic, but I think it's one of those things people sort of brush off, because I don't hear people talking about it. It doesn't even have a little section on Google from the Oxford English Dictionary when you ask for a definition, if that's any indication. Now, there is a third one that sort of falls into this bracket of disability, and that's Erland syndrome. Erland syndrome can affect many different areas, including academic and work performance, behaviour, attention, ability to sit still, concentration, and more. That is correct! I have the full package! Yay! For me, concentration is the biggest thing. I'll be in a room and I'll look like I'm listening, but I've sort of completely zoned out. I'm not thinking of anything else, I'm just not there, even though I look no different. Honestly, creating YouTube videos and streaming games has helped me to get a lot better at carrying on, sort of like I'm on autopilot. It doesn't last long for me, usually like 10 to 20 seconds, sometimes less, but 20 seconds is a long time. I will state that, on my end, this never happens to me when I'm walking anywhere, so I'm not a danger when I'm in the road, but I do not drive for fear of this. As with all of these disabilities, other people who have it will be affected far more severely, or will barely notice any changes, so some of the problems I deal with may be incredibly tame compared to someone else. Please don't just use my word on these disabilities, ask people with varying severity, because there is so much more to learn about my own disabilities than even I don't know about. When I was a kid, I went through a lot of exercises to get better at dealing with dyspraxia. I had to write sentences constantly on a device that raised paper at an angle, as I personally find writing very difficult. My handwriting is awful, as you can see here. There's a little more to it than that. I find pressure a problem, and by that I mean when I hold a pen or a pencil, I hold it in a way that physically hurts my hands. Apparently my teacher made me switch to a whiteboard as I was pressing so hard I was making marks in the table. I guess the easiest way to describe it would be holding hands with someone. I may intend to gently hold their hand, but could unintentionally be squeezing without realising. Why did I do that? It really hurt. I also had to learn how to throw a juggling ball to someone and back, throwing and catching for months to train my motor skills to get much better. Not perfect, sure, but better. Now, where does gaming come into all this? Well, gaming is actually incredibly helpful for my fine motor skills. When I was growing up, playing games, especially 3D platformers on the PS1, like Crash, Spyro, Croc, Bugs Bunny Lost in Time, and more, really helped me get an understanding of movement and taught me minor precision through difficult platforming that I couldn't do outside of games. But games have evolved, and with that we've seen wonderful accessibility options, especially in the last few years. But seemingly one big advancement has made Dyspraxis' life difficult. I am talking about the analog controller. I mentioned I have a difficulty with balance, and grasping small objects is a challenge for us. Whilst you don't grasp an analog controller, basically we're combining those two handicaps in one. If I want to go directly up, I can do that, but sometimes I'll veer slightly left or right. Additional movement options add more depth to a game, but it does make precise tasks a nightmare. I have some very specific examples for you that will hopefully help you understand why this is a problem, but I will also offer a solution. As I mentioned earlier, I used to love playing the PS1 Crash games. Thanks to Crash being brought back into the spotlight, we've seen a sequel to Crash Warped with Crash 4 It's About Time. Crash 4 has a lot of precise movement, especially for time trials, which obviously is easier with analog. I could never do this with an analog stick. The D-pad may only have 4 directions, but you can of course move in diagonals by hitting 2 buttons at once, which I find much simpler. I can feel where my thumb is, I know which one I'm on and how to control that. Not so with an analog controller. Thankfully, Crash 4 actually does allow you to use a D-pad, so in this instance, that isn't an issue. That said, massive respect to the GameCube controller. It has grooves in every direction surrounding its analog controller, so I'll have a better understanding of where I'm aiming. Speaking of aiming, first-person shooter aiming is pretty difficult. Having the precision I need to get a headshot is quite tough. It is easier with a mouse, but I personally can't get used to WASD movement. So many keys next to each other gets my fingers lost, and I'll hit the wrong keys. That's probably more a combination of Erlen's and the need to fidget a lot, but I digress. I've been playing the Horizon games by Guerrilla Games, and there's a handy slow down time feature. I find when that's in play, I have a much simpler time with aiming. Something like that could be a really helpful accessibility option for FPS titles in the future. I wouldn't know what the solution to this is, maybe making the button combination a rhythm thing, but fighting games are pretty much impossible for me, at least if I want to enter a competitive scene. Asking me to do a bunch of diagonals is not really possible. I'll just mash buttons and fling the analog in certain directions and hope for the best. Finally, I want to talk about 2D platformers. Depending on how precise they want you to move left and right, sometimes I don't move on certain 2D games with an analog controller. Same applies for racing games. If I need to do a hard right and accidentally unknowingly go on a diagonal, I'm not going to make that corner fully. But back to 2D platformers, I want to discuss the recently released Metroid Dread. If you're going for 100%, there are sections with the speed boots and the shine spark technique. These segments are difficult enough as it is, but as someone who has to navigate and shoot at perfect accuracy at speed, this became one of the most infuriating gaming experiences I've ever had. I've called it Hell for a Dyspraxic, and I stand by it because of analog movement. Simply shooting in a straight line whilst moving is incredibly difficult. Add platforming to the mix, and that's just impossible. But how do you fix this? I'm aware that dyspraxia isn't exactly a severe disability, but gaming is still made harder for us, and there's a very easy fix for almost every game out there. With a game like Metroid Dread, you can't use the D-pad because the D-pad has a separate function. One button reveals secrets, another lets you see the map a little bigger, so you can't use it to make the Shine Spark segment easier. Or can you? How about an accessibility option that just switches the D-pad and analog functions? Why can't the secret or map option button be on the analog? It doesn't alter the game in any way whatsoever, and would make it incredibly easy and more helpful to the apparently 10% of us who will benefit from this. Thank you so much for taking your time to listen to what I have to say. You're going to make a lot of people's lives a lot easier. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
You know, he was able to put so much information into that one specific talk. Exactly, like David said, wow, great speed talk. I think one of the things that really got highlighted that I think was interesting between having the dyspraxia and the one-handed talk back to back is it showed that there are many things that'll help multiple people. As he was saying, being able to remap certain things into certain places, that's something that not only would have helped Teal when playing games, but it also would have been able to help players who were playing with one-handed control schemes. And so again, it's one of these things that when you're targeting someone with a specific type of accessibility fix, you're going to have other people that you're also helping. And, again, as he said, 10% of people can be affected by this. And it is really something that I didn't know a lot about. And, that it's awesome that we're able to get that education. So we're going to take a short break before our next micro talk, which is going to be with a great policy comes great responsibility. And that's going to be at 5 after. So I will see you then and can't wait for the next talk. All right. I know that we are all excited for this next talk. So if you don't know, Gareth Ford Williams, so many great talks that have been done on accessibility, and very pleased to have him here giving this micro talk. With a great policy comes great responsibility. When developing an accessibility framework, one thing that sounds very dull and tedious is policy. But when it comes down to it, a well-structured and managed policy with the weight of the executive behind it can be one of the most powerful catalysts for permanent change within any organization. This session will explore how policy can be used for the power of good, how it can be a map for inclusive design and development within any organization, and how and why it needs to grow. Let's check it out.
Hello everyone, my name's Gareth Ford Williams, and I'd like to welcome you to my session. With a great policy comes great responsibility. Unfortunately, I'm recording this on a Apple platform using QuickTime. I haven't worked out how on earth to do picture-in-picture, so you don't have any kind of little picture of me in the corner, just the slides, I'm afraid, but then you're stuck with this big image of me, which I'll describe in a moment, which is on the front cover. I'm a 52-year-old white male who is follically challenged, wears glasses, and looks like he's had a good Christmas. I was, for many, many years, head of accessibility at the BBC. I founded the team there in 2005, also founded the design research team at the BBC. I've got ADHD, I'm dyslexic, and currently co-director at ab11y.com, that's ably.com, which is an inclusive design and accessibility data company, along with fellow directors Michael Matthews, Ian Pouncey, Charlie Turrell and Michael Southgate. A little bit about my background. If you don't know much about me, I obviously managed the accessibility team for many, many years that had many wonderful people in it. We had a lot of achievements within that team, things like the first ever mobile accessibility guidelines, which was back in 2011, which we had to develop for all of the apps that we were building for the Olympics. We launched the first accessible, and I think may have even been the first long-form video streaming service in the world in 2007. We did a load of work with UView to make sure that that had lots of things that had never been seen before on TV platforms, such as being able to be driven with a single switch. And I also got involved in lots of things like setting up the first ever Accessibility Champions Network, and a side obsession of mine, which is font accessibility, and I was one of the people that drove the BBC Wreath font development project on the side. As well as that, back in 2007, when I think it was about a year after I'd first met Ian Hamilton, the pair of us, along with a really good gang of others, drove the development of the first ever games accessibility guidelines to come from a games publisher. There's still a current version of that, and then when Ian left the BBC in about 2011, he dragged me along to get involved with the gamesaccessibilityguidelines.com, so I was one of the early contributors to that, and very proud of that work. And the last few things about me, I do write a lot of articles and resources such as UX principles that include cognitive accessibility, because the Nielsen and Norman ones, although absolutely brilliant, fantastically useful, were written at a time when no one thought about neurodiversity. I'm also one of the people that manages the Champions of Accessibility Network. If you have or would like an Accessibility Champions Network in your organisation, please reach out. And I also publish a lot of stuff online, so come and find me. I read one of the things, it was this time last year, the Little Book of Accessibility. So it's at Gareth Ward Williams at Medium, but I also publish on LinkedIn and other platforms. So in this session, I'm going to try and answer 4 questions, and I'm going to try and make it interesting. Policy can be a bit dry, but it is incredibly important and useful, or at least I believe in my experience. I'm going to talk about what policy is, why they're useful, what they should contain, and why you should write one. So what is a policy? A policy, it should be a blueprint. Anyone can pick up and within a few minutes understand what a company does in a specific area, why, and what guidance is available to help in its delivery. It should come from the very top of the organisation. Policy, so has to be signed off by the exec. It should be legal. It should be clear about where responsibility lies. It should help safeguard specific activities. It should signpost guides and guidance that explains practically how it can be delivered or what good looks like, so everyone knows what their responsibility is and feels like they have all the information they need to be able to deliver it. It should reflect the emotional and ethical emotions. It should reflect the emotional and ethical values of the organisation. It should help deliver the mission statement by reflecting the practical, pragmatic and objective activities already in place. It should be about now. It's not about ambition. It should be there for leverage. But more importantly, it should be there for consistency and to stop best practice to support the company values being lost. In short, it should be concise, pragmatic, objective and meaningful. And written well, it can be an incredibly useful document. So there are things that aren't policies that sometimes get put up as policies. And I've been looking at various games publishers, although none of them have said this is a policy. And I haven't actually found a policy yet. Well, not a complete one. And if you do know of one, please send me a link on Twitter or LinkedIn or however. Please get in touch. So if I've not been reading policies, what have I found? Well, I found ambitions. I found values, mission statements, and statements of intent. Lots of great stuff in all of these, brand values and diversity statements. And they're all great anchor points for a policy discussion. I'm going to use 4 examples to start with Square Enix, Sony Interactive Entertainment, Ubisoft and Nintendo. All have accessibility programs or functions, but none have a publicly facing policy that is particularly complete. But they all have these sort of statements or values that can frame a policy. Sony's is lovely. It has the thing called core values, where it says Sony believes in being innovative as doing so from a diversified viewpoint. It also recognizes the potential of acting responsibility in an ethical manner. And it seems, and it also understands that these characteristics with them, it gains the ability to sustain its reputation. This is really good. That whole thing about diversified viewpoint and innovation is incredibly important. That's a really great way, because sometimes people say that accessibility stifles innovation. I don't believe that. I think it drives innovation, because a lot of it is to do with human need, and it makes us think about ourselves and about others, and we have to be innovative in the way that we approach this. Nintendo's is interesting. I dug around for quite a while, but I eventually found this lovely thing about who we are, and it said Nintendo's mission is to put smiles on the faces of everyone we touch. We do so by creating new surprises for people across the world to enjoy together. Now, I really love the word everyone. Everyone is accessibility. You cannot, if you're not accessible, you can't be for everyone. You're always going to exclude someone. And this isn't caveated. So obviously this is inherent. Although, I think their choice of words, considering the amount of children's games they produce to say, everyone we touch is maybe, they maybe should rethink that. Square Enix, it's sat within their diversity and their customer relations statements. And it's very unusual that they call disability physical condition within it. They don't actually draw out disability. But it says the group shall never discriminate against people based on such traits. And that's really, really important, because at the end of the day, actively not being accessible and choosing not to be is a form of discrimination. But in their customer relations statement, under best entertainment, it said the group shall make every effort to meet or even exceed customer expectations. And, you know, a customer expectation is to be able to play the game and to be accessible to them. So I think that's great. Ubisoft have probably got the most comprehensive that I found. And there's a lot of stuff to read within there, and it's really good, and it's got some really good sort of shape to it. But there's a bit that calls accessibility for everyone, so it's very, very direct. And it says whether you're a beginner or an experienced gamer, Ubisoft's video games can be adapted to your personal abilities. When launching a game, the settings menus will allow players to select the difficulty, controls, visual and sound specifications to suit their need. And I really like that because it calls out the specificity of the activities that they want to do to be accessible. And that's starting to become policy, and that's very good. So why are policies useful? Policies have two purposes. They are a form of safe point, and they are a simple blueprint for what the accessibility function does in any organization. It's a living document. So if you leave tomorrow and you're an accessibility manager and you leave an organization tomorrow, the whole accessibility effort will not be lost. The company can look at the policy it is committed to and rebuild the function from scratch quickly and effectively, and that means it does not lose trust from its audience or damage its brand. For accessibility to be successful, it should work towards full integration. Accessibility takes investment during that process, and there is a single point of failure in any organization, which is the team that manages it. So the policy means that whatever happens, nothing is lost and the work can continue. And the accessibility program that you are building will never be defeated, which also does not tie you to the organization anyway. So as such, policies are mutually beneficial to organizations, players, and careers. What should they contain? There should be three aspects to a good policy. The first, it should help anyone, externally or internally, find their way around the who, what, where, when, and why of accessibility in that organization. Both function and process should be explained at a high level. Secondly, it should list all the mini games of accessibility, which are the specific activities and who is responsible for them. They should not be about the things that you want to do, but the things that are already embedded. These should be agreed by all your product owners, and there shouldn't be any surprises in the policy. And thirdly, it should also be a map to every related corporate statement or internal or external guides or guidance that give context to the policy and enable its delivery. BBC has a version of this, and I'll make sure everyone gets a copy of this or gets a link to it. It says why it is important and lists the 10 things that already happen across the state, and it provides many inline and listed links. In the bit why it's important, it sets out the purpose of why it's very important. It gives the business context and says where it should happen and how. It gives the strategy and values, tying it back into the diversity strategy, and uses BBC language which ties into its other strategic documents. It talks about the audience. It lets you know how this is monitored and the fact that it is regularly reported at board level. And it also adds any important legal notes at the end. BBC has an interesting legal framework, doesn't quite work same as other organisations, but things like there is a thing called the commercial agreement and the framework, and there's another one called the framework agreement, and so there's points within that around its commercial activities which do relate to accessibility. In the middle bit, the mini game bit, it says who implements the policy. Answer the question, who implements the policy and what are the activities? There are two bits of responsibility within it. And it says accessibility is recognised as a joint responsibility of the product design and editorial teams in respect to their function. And it also says that the Accessibility Champions Network ensures that every project will have at least one person representing the voice of the disabled user. These 2 points are really important because the champions aren't responsible for delivery, and neither the accessibility team. It's an actual embedded responsibility, and so this is inherent in the policy. And the rest of it, it talks about the very, very specific activities. I won't go into them for the sake of brevity at the moment, but there are, 8 core activities and areas which have to be sustained for any kind of accessibility to be delivered. It also answers the question, where are the resources? It delivers inline links within the main body copy, and it also has links at the end. So the inline links are all of the contextual pieces of information, but at the end it links out to every single major point that the BBC has, every major document, or even external documentation. So anyone can, when they're reading the policy, if they go, well, I'm not quite sure how I'm supposed to do this, there are all these wonderful resources. So in the end, I think if you're going to write a policy, there are 3 things that you need to consider and remember. You need to make sure it captures key ongoing activity. Policy is about now, and it's about protecting what you do. Secondly, tie it back to brand, back to the mission statements, back to the diversity objectives of the organisation, back to what it says about itself in terms of community and engagement. And lastly, make sure that it's useful. Make sure it's a place where you can go and it links to all the guides and guidance. And, you know, and so if it is someone's responsibility to deliver it or to understand it, they know what to expect as far as its delivery is concerned. Thank you very, very much for, if you have stayed awake all the way through it. My name is Gareth again, and you can find me at GarethFW on Twitter. And I'm looking forward to your questions. Thank you very much.
First off, Gareth, why would we have fallen asleep during that highly informational talk? You know, for me, I was watching and we do have some policies within Xbox Game Studios, but watching this, like I've definitely seen ways that I could be improving the policy that we have. I mean, frankly, it's an area that I, as an accessibility lead, I'm not strong in. So like I learned a lot, and now it actually comes at a very convenient time. We're getting ready to reorganize a bunch of our stuff. I have a contractor PM who's going to come in and help me organize. And look, I've got some new tasks for them. They're going to be able to get up as we're rearranging our documentation. So I at least found it super valuable because it literally directly applied to work I'm doing like next week. So we're going to be taking a oh, sorry, I just saw Chris's comment in the chat. Terrace PM. Oh no. That got me. I wasn't ready for that. But yes, we'll be taking another short break. We will be back in just over 5 minutes, a little closer to 6-7 minutes. We'll be having our last micro talk by one of our very own Game Accessibility Conference moderators. You have seen Melly in here helping keep us on track. And now when we come back, it's going to be about her talk, advocacy, and me. So I will see you on the other side of the break. All right, and we are heading into our last micro talk of the day. Very excited to share this one. Again, funny enough, in chat, the speakers are normally the greenish color with their role, but of course, Melly is going to be the pinkish color because she is also a moderator for the Game Accessibility Conference. So she's going to be a little harder to stand out in her own channel. So this talk, Advocacy and Me. You don't wake up one day and think, I'll be an advocate, do you? Melanie will take you on a journey through her years of being a game accessibility advocate, how she accidentally started advocating and how it made her grow into this role and as a person. Melanie, can't wait to hear from you.
Hello and welcome to my talk, Advocacy and Me. In this talk, I tell you about my journey into advocating for accessibility and how I could grow while on this road. But at first, let me tell you who I am. My name is Melanie, but I prefer the short version, Melly. My pronouns are she, her. Some of you may know my foot and the tattoo on it, which went a little viral on Twitter back in 2019. The tattoo is a cute comic version of the Xbox Adaptive Controller. I'm also a housemate to two fluffy Maine Coon cats, and I love musical theater and, of course, games. At my main job, I'm working in the field of human resources. The company I work for organizes personal assistance for disabled people, and my tasks range from preparing contracts for new employees to writing working schedules. In my free time and when I'm not at the theater or playing a game, I like to tweet or write about accessibility and inclusion with a focus on gaming, but not exclusively. As I'm from Germany, my texts are mainly in German language. Sorry. When I was a little over a year old, I got diagnosed with spinal muscular atrophy, as it may affect the strength of the muscles and progressively weakens them. Although we didn't have the internet at that time, my parents tried to catch all the information on SMA they could get. They knew that sooner or later my hands would get so weak that it wouldn't be possible to write with a pen. So it was very important for them to introduce me to computers and technology early in my childhood. I had just started school as a 6-year-old when we got our first computer. 1 or 2 years later, the Super Nintendo moved in, and I had a lot of fun playing with my cousins and friends. I also saved some money to get myself a Game Boy. But then, a few years later, the next generation of consoles and games arrived. With the games shifting to 3D worlds and the controllers getting bigger, console gaming didn't work for me anymore. I tried to switch to computer gaming, but there were 2 problems. It was already hard for me to use a keyboard, and I don't like gaming on a computer. It doesn't feel the same for me. As the years went by, I completely lost the ability to use a keyboard. So the only games left for me were the ones playable with mouse only. I got bored soon and didn't play a lot for a long time. When I tell you I didn't play games for a long time, I mean for about 15 years. I didn't lose interest in gaming. I just couldn't find games meeting my needs. Through friends who had a PlayStation 3 and later a PlayStation 4, I could sometimes play as a backseat gamer. That way I could, for example, watch the beautiful game Journey or go on adventure with Nathan Drake. Thanks to the companion app, I could even play Beyond Two Souls together with a friend using my smartphone to control the entity. This was the nearest I could get playing, and it was cool, but it wasn't enough. So one day early in 2017, I checked the internet about the state of game accessibility. And, well, in 2017, I didn't get a lot of helpful results. Except from this. On YouTube, I found a panel discussion from the PlayStation Experience 2016 about accessibility in Uncharted 4. You see some familiar faces and a famous hoodie there, right? For those of you who don't see the screenshot, there are Ian and his hoodie, Mark Barley from Able Gamers, Tara, Josh Straub from Daggers, and Alex Nienecki from Naughty Dog. This video was important for everything. It actually blew my mind that there were people listening to disabled players. And not only listening, but actively doing things. Watching this video changed the way I looked at games and game development. I suddenly felt seen and recognized, and I knew there were chances for me to play again. So, of course, I needed to try Uncharted 4. I was lucky. A friend lent me his PS4 and the game, and I could play. Yes, not everything worked well for me, but I was able to play the game from start to finish, all on my own. Was it exhausting at times? Yes. Was I happy playing? Hell yes. After this experience, I got my own PS4 and tried different games. For some, I had to become very inventive to find my way around barriers. Others didn't work at all, and a few were very easily playable. As I knew now that there were people out there listening to disabled players, I started to share some of my experiences on social media and on my blog. I had just a few followers back then and didn't reach much further than to my family and friends. But that didn't matter to me. I liked to show which games worked for me and which didn't, and why. A few months after I rediscovered gaming for me, Microsoft announced the Xbox Adaptive Controller. It sounded really interesting to me, and I was curious. I asked Xbox Germany if it's possible to test the controller somewhere. I suggested visiting one of their offices in Germany or coming to the Gamescom. The answer I got was a completely new Xbox One S and the adaptive controller, which I could both test to my heart's content. The Xbox Adaptive Controller was a game changer for me, and not only with playing games. I pitched a review to a German games magazine, which got published, and suddenly people wanted to hear about my experience with the controller and with games in general. I was invited to radio interviews, podcasts, and even television. While doing my first steps in the public, I found some disabled advocates and experts on Twitter. Yes, this is my contribution to the Cherry Thompson drinking game. I learned a lot from Cherry's tweets and streams. I learned about the GaConf. Reading, listening, and chatting With all these people passionate about accessibility and inclusion in games was so empowering. I felt that I wanted to be active about these topics as well. Empowered by the impact other advocates have for accessibility in games, I searched for opportunities where I could advocate in Germany. I found a university in Cologne, which is not far from where I live, where they teach digital games game design. I asked if they would be interested in me visiting one of the courses and talk about my experience as a disabled player. They were, and I was invited as a one-time guest lecturer and got full 2 hours to talk about accessibility, representation, and inclusion. I hadn't talked in front of people since I left university, and I didn't like presentations at all. So I was very nervous. But I knew giving future game developers an insight in my experiences and to teach them about disabilities and misconceptions was a huge opportunity for accessibility in upcoming games. After the successful first presentation, I pitched a session for the Gamescom Congress and got accepted. I kept writing about accessibility-related topics for the magazine I wrote the Xbox Adaptive Controller review for, and also for other outlets. Gradually, everything became a kind of self-propelling process. One thing led to another, and it always went on somewhere. As I said, I never liked presentations, and suddenly I was presenting or part of a panel discussion on a more or less regular basis. Slowly I got practice at this and learned how presenting became easier for me. With each presentation, I gained confidence and lost more and more nervousness. I'm not ashamed of my disability in any way, but when I started presenting, I felt uncomfortable when I got out of breath mid-sentence, or when I had to tilt back my wheelchair in the presentation to make speaking easier and less exhausting for me. Through advocating, I could not only pass on knowledge about accessibility and inclusion, but it also made me grow and better accept myself. It's thanks to all the great disabled advocates out there that I started this journey, and a lot of what I learned on this way, I learned from all of you. I wouldn't know as much about accessibility and inclusion in games as I do now, and I wouldn't be who I am today. Thank you all for the work you did, and for all the work we will do.
When Melly sent in her talk, she did not warn Ian or myself that it was the panel that we were on that made her think, well, I could do this. So it was very, she gave us the feels and she did not warn us, which was rude. So, but it really, it's just amazing that you watched a panel and you were like, all right, I'm in. And now here you are, like, you know, with your publications, your speaking, and all of the work that you are doing. And like you said, how it's helped you grow as a person. Yeah, exactly what Topher says. Great trick to play on Tara and Ian. Make them cry with lovely words without them being ready for it. No offense. Look, I'm okay now, and I've got it together because I already got to watch the talk once. If I had watched this live, there would be tears because yeah, just the little bit of editing I did was enough to hit me in the feels. That's the good part of being able to watch these early. You know, I get to cry privately, not in front of all of you. if this were live, I would have had mascara all down my face. It's been right in the feels. But no, thank you so much for your talk. So we are going to be taking our afternoon break. We will be back at 5 after, and then I don't know, some person I don't even know, Tara Wilker. I don't know if that's how you say it. They're gonna have a talk. It's me. I'm gonna have a talk about champs programs. So yeah, I will see you. That's not the right time. I can't tell time, can I? It's supposed to be 15 after, not 5 after. Oh, it's because I only fixed one slide. This is fine. Just ignore me. I am on top of everything. Nothing is wrong. All right, so we'll be back at 15 after, and I will chat with you then. All right. See you on the other side. All right. I hope you all enjoyed that break as we roll into the final chunk of talks for the day. We only have 2 left. We have mine, and then after our closing talk. I was joking around that I felt really sorry for whoever had to go after Melly. And unfortunately, that person is me. This is your fault, Ian. Why did you put me after that talk? I can't do better than that. Rude. Anyway, so this next talk is not like my normal talks. This is more theoretical. This is Build a Better Champs Program, Learn Community Management. Building a successful Champs program isn't just about building a network of accessibility advocates. It's about building a community. In this talk, I will highlight some of the lessons that accessibility leaders can learn from the gaming industry's community managers to build successful programs and ensure that you're growing your champs from just members of a program to accessibility advocates themselves. Let's take a look. Hi, my name's Tara, and welcome to Build a Better Champs Program, Learn Community Management. So let's start off with about me. If you're watching this live during the Game Accessibility Conference, Europe Edition 2022, you already know who I am. You've been seeing me all day. But maybe you're checking this out on YouTube after the fact, and you're just learning about it. So I am the co-conspirator of this very conference, partnering with my friend Ian Hamilton to put this all together to teach more people about accessibility in gaming. I'm also the Xbox Game Studios accessibility lead, where I work with all of our studios and my partners in user research, as well as studios quality, to help our studios make and achieve all of their accessibility related goals. It's something I'm incredibly passionate about, and I'm glad that I'm able to take my years of game development experience and my years of accessibility and gaming experience and finally put them together for one thing. I want to start off with just talking about Champs programs in general. Obviously, to build a better Champs program, you must already know what a Champs program is. Now, at XGS Accessibility, we do run a Champs program. So I am the leader of the program, and then I have one main champ from each of my studios. And basically the goal of a Champs program is to make it so not one person is in charge of all accessibility. It's literally not feasible. You need to make sure that accessibility is spread out and that there are multiple people who are going to be contributing. If only one person is in charge of all accessibility, it just literally won't work. The thing is, they're not going to be in every meetings, they're not going to be in every project, they're not going to be embedded when every decision happens. And so by using a Champs model where the responsibility is spread, you're able to get more surface area. Now for me, we have me at the center, and then we have one at all of my studios. But a lot of my studios have their own Champs program within them, replicating literally the same process. So if you're at a studio, you may have one champ and then additional champs who are in production, audio, design, programming, level design, like you name it. Anywhere there could be an implication based on accessibility, but on whatever decisions being made, you would put a champ there. And the goal is by, again, spreading that knowledge around the studio and having someone always thinking about accessibility. It's more likely you're going to create accessible products because it's always someone there to be thinking about it. But really, one of the other goals that you're having when you are forming a Champs program is making a community. You are a group who are all focused around the same topic, the same theme, and the same goal. It's a community of developers who are trying to make an accessible product. And that's why learning community management can be so important. Because again, you're trying to build and sustain a healthy community. Now you may be thinking, Tara, why should we listen to you about community management? You're not a community manager. And you're absolutely right. I'm not. And actually, for a lot of my game development career, community management wasn't something I interacted with, especially when I first started. Before a lot of devs were on social media, we were actively discouraged from engaging in any conversation with the public. For a long time, community management was this black box where I didn't understand what happened, and I knew sometimes people were nice and sometimes people were mean, but the community managers were always on top of it. And I'm going to be honest, it really wasn't until I was working at Turtle Rock Studios with my friend Shane, who you may know as the person who volunteers at all of the game accessibility conferences and frequently runs our social media, that I saw her on Evolve interact with the community. I remember very, very clearly there was one day on the project where on Twitter, this one player was just spewing hate at us. At the game, at our team, at everything. And she interacted with this person who was being so negative. And she was able to talk to this person and then slowly inform them about the game, about our studio, about our culture, and over time was able to convert this person, perhaps one of the most toxic people I'd seen commenting on our social media, from a naysayer to one of the best fans we had. He was participatory in our forums. He was being positive on social media. He would come to our live streams. He would just hang out and advocate and talk about how great the game was. And for me, it was like, what is this black magic? What did Shane do? What mystical abilities did she have and were able to harness to make this change in this person? I needed to be able to take that and use it for my own nefarious purposes. And by nefarious, I actually mean creating a culture of the accessibility when people maybe aren't necessarily ready or very far along in their game accessibility journey. And after being around Shane and watching her engage, I did become inspired. And I've asked Shane, what is your process? What were you doing? And she said it was quite simple. The first step was engage the community members. The next step was inform, tell them what's going on, and be honest. And then the next part was advocate for you, advocate for your team, and advocate for your product. Over time, I've been able to learn more and more about the process that I was seeing Shane do. And I'm also lucky enough that there are people like Victoria Tran, the communications director for Among Us, who've actually kind of put this entire process Shane was putting players through into words. Victoria talks about the community journey and the steps someone has to go through when they become a member of a community. They start off very simply being a new member of the community. They then transfer to regular member. As they continue to grow and become more engaged with the community, they become a loyal supporter. And then after they have spent time in the community, they make the final transition from loyal supporter to advocate. And we see something really similar in champs programs. And so that really got me thinking when I saw this, layout that Victoria had put together. Can this also just be a champ's journey? Can this be what a champ goes through when they get introduced into your program? And I think the answer is very much yes. The other thing that Victoria did was take a layout of new member, regular member, loyal supporter, and advocate, and explain what it means in terms of their relationship to your game and interacting with your community. And I do think a lot of the things that she laid out during this process still stand true. But obviously, it's not exactly the same in that we're not getting them to play a product or monetize or anything like that. We're trying to get them invested in accessibility in a workplace program. But again, a lot of it still stands up. So I went through and I made what I think is my version of her growth chart. So if we start with a new member, they're going to be difficult to get to act. They're new here. They don't really know the ropes. They don't know what they're doing. We're not even entirely sure why they joined at this point, to be honest. It's important to recognize in a professional setting, in a champs program, that they may not have opted into being a part of this community we're forming. It literally may have been assigned to them as a job role. And that's okay. But that makes it even more important for us to keep in mind that they can be turned off by a bad first experience. And we really don't want people to have a bad first experience with accessibility, because that takes a lot of work to undo. But we need to recognize this is where they're going to start off as a new member. After someone's been in a champs program for a little bit, they're kind of going to naturally go to the next stage of regular member via whatever sort of meetings or status updates, that sort of things that you have going on. They're going to be, kind of casually up to date on the program, at least at a high level. But that doesn't mean they may be completely invested into everything that you're putting out, or that they're even particularly attached. They'll know about it. They're there. They're showing up. But that doesn't necessarily mean that, it's their favorite place to be, or even how much of that work that you're putting into your champs program they're taking back and putting in their day-to-day work. So obviously the next goal is to get them to transition to loyal supporter. At this point, people are going to be invested in your champs program. And that means that they're going to be committed to the accessibility journey, which is the whole point of having a champs program in the first place. But it's also important to know that they can still be lost to other programs or other goals. It could be other diversity and inclusion initiatives. It could be literally just other things happening on their project. I mean, let's all face it. Sometimes new shiny things come up, and as game devs, we get a little distracted. As a loyal supporter, that can still happen. And so we have to be able to take that final step of transitioning them from loyal supporter to an advocate. Now, when you have advocates in your program, that's when you really, really start to shine. And you can be proud because you'll start having contributors. It's not just whoever the owner of the champs program is keeping it going. You will have other people producing and making content. And then they'll be telling their coworkers. They will be growing. They will have their own set of initiatives that they are trying to ramp up. And it's also great because since these people are invested in the champs program, they will want the program to be the best version of the program it can be, which means they will think about and provide feedback, which is amazing. And of course, they will be welcoming to others as they join and telling them about how great the program is. I'm really, really excited to say that although I've been applying this community strategy methodology not for very long in my champs program, maybe 6 months, that I have advocates. I'm really proud to say that, from Xbox Game Studios, we have Dorian and Xander and Ryan all presenting at this conference. And to me, they have hit this top tier of advocate. They are contributing. They are telling their coworkers. They're providing feedback. And they're welcoming you into the accessibility world right now. Now, once we understand all of these steps, we need to think about how we can push champs from the new member all the way to advocate by using the process that Shane had told me about engaging, informing, and advocating. Now, we've established that with our champs, they're a community, and the best thing we can do is act as a community manager to keep it healthy, active, engaged, and our community members growing in their journey. But that again means that we have to understand what a community manager is. Again, stealing from Victoria Tran, there is a difference between a marketing message and a community message. Marketing is focusing inwards. How do you reach as many people as possible? And how do you appeal to them? How do you grab their attention? And I'm literally just taking snippets from Victoria's blog at this point. But for a champs program, for a community, it's about focusing inwards. How do we make our current space better? How do we connect members? How do we engage? And then again, that key of making them advocates. And I love this little image that she made that kind of shows the difference. But if we think about, again, the discrepancy between a gamer and a product and a champ and a program, there are some differences, but I do think literally the exact same model can apply. I actually think that using the marketing strategy of one to our champs is great for things that are compliance related, being able to just take the information and get it out. I frankly don't really want my champs talking about compliance that much anyway. That's not exciting, that isn't pushing boundaries, it's not innovative. But for other things in our champs program, I would love for them to talk to each other. And so it's an amazing practice to be able to create a community message that everyone can share, that then all of our developers can talk to each other about. Again, the whole goal of having a champs program is to spread out the responsibility of accessibility. So if we have more people talking without the champ lead there, more accessibility is going to be happening, which again is why it's so important to use a community manager strategy. Now, obviously with the champs program, it's not going to be the same as players engaging with a game and its community. Gamers are on Twitter, Reddit, other social media, and champs aren't going to be there or doing that. And you're probably not going to encourage it either, because that's probably under NDA, whatever you're working on. And so you don't want to share it. And so the first thing that we have to do as champ leads is create the spaces in which we can engage with our champs. And there needs to be multiple places that champs can engage with you, because everyone's going to be a little different in how they want to be a part of your community. Now, for the Xbox Game Studios accessibility champs, we have a few different things that I run. So for example, I have my monthly champ syncs, and that's sort of an all hands, if you will, where we have both news and information about updates to the program, as well as informational presentations. It could be something from our user research team, or it could even be something from one of our champs sharing the learnings to our other champs. We also create spaces like office hours, and I actually love our office hours. So we have them once a week, the same time, and it's just an open space where our different teams can come in and ask accessibility questions. But we are totally fine if no one has any questions of just using the hour to chat or gossip about the latest accessibility stories or whatever's trending on Twitter. And it's kind of created this culture of people who show up to our office hours with absolutely no questions, who just want to sit in and hear more about the conversation. And we are totally down with that. Again, we've created a space where people can just talk about these things freely. And you need to be able to do that. For you, it may not be in office hours, but literally just creating an unstructured space for these conversations is incredibly important. Now, the next thing that I do is make sure that all of my champs have dedicated time to talk to me and the Xbox Game Accessibility team. What's going on with their studio? What do they care about? What do they want to learn more about? Create that opportunity for them to engage directly with me, and again, form a relationship where they can provide me feedback. I want to make the champs program the best it can be. And so if there's something wrong, we need to have a relationship where they feel comfortable to be able to tell me what they would like to see improved, whether it's with something that I'm doing or something that another part of Xbox is doing. Being able to create spaces where people feel safe and comfortable. So there are open spaces where everyone says whatever, but also maybe some more private spaces where they can tell you things that they maybe aren't willing to say in front of all of the other champs yet. Of course, I highly recommend, something like a Slack channel, Teams channel, Discord, whatever, a place where people can easily share information back and forth. Again, with a champs program and this community management strategy to a champs program, you want them to be able to connect with each other, not just with you. And so you need to create a space where you are not the gatekeeper to allowing these types of conversations to happen. So just think about it. Every place you work is going to be a little bit different on what works, but honestly, just making a Slack channel is a great way to start. And then finally, we have a Confluence /SharePoint/Wiki We use SharePoint here at Microsoft, but if you're not at Microsoft, something like Confluence, where we keep all of our stuff in one place. All of our videos that we've used, all of our documentation of just anything that has come out of the Champs program in a format that's easily shareable, so that if content that we put in our Champs program is super great, they can share it with other people. And that's key. Being able to take the content in your Champs program and make sure that it can be shared in a short, cohesive way is amazing. You have to think, when people are advocating for stuff on Twitter or social media, they're taking something short, consumable, and sharing it to get other people engaged and interested in the content. You have to be able to do the same thing with whatever it is that you're producing. Once you create space for engagement with your champs, you're going to need to have a few things ready so you can inform them as needed. And hopefully you'll make these and get to keep reusing them, because you'll be having new champs joining your program pretty regularly. Have on deck what your program is, what your program's goals are, how you want to operate your program to reach those goals, and then again, what the impact of the program and hitting those goals actually mean. And you can even use this as an opportunity to give a platform to the champs you're working with to speak for themselves and show the impact that you're having. For us, we're all going to have something similar about how we are a program about accessibility, and that includes education, advocacy, and empathy building. We're all going to have something along the lines of our program's goals are to make better, more accessible, inclusive products. But how we reach them may all be a little different. So have those pieces of information ready to go, bite-sized again, so that they're easily shareable, so that people can take them, process them, and then share them with the rest of the team. Again, being able to actually explain the goal of your champs program and why you have it is going to be key. It's so easy to just form a champs program that is just people who care about accessibility getting in a room talking about accessibility. But without a true goal set and without it codified in a message that the community can share, it's really easy for it just to be kind of a accessibility club. And that's not what we want. We want a strong champs program. So get that information together, define it, and be ready to inform your champs. Once you've informed and engaged, you again move to that last part of the circle, advocate. And again, this is going to be a little bit different than advocating for a game to gamers, because we're going to have a little bit more steps of things that we need to do. Obviously, you're going to need to be able to advocate for your program to champs. You're going to be telling them why it's great, how it can help them, and really showing the value that it's going to be adding. But you're also going to need to advocate for your champs, their time, their work, and everything that they're, making true to the rest of the company. You're going to need to highlight, showcase, and elevate everything that they're doing. And honestly, this is one of my absolute favorite parts of running a champs program, is being able to share the work that the champs and their teams are doing with the rest of Xbox. I cannot tell you how excited I was to repeatedly send emails about the Can I Play That awards that our team got, as well as being able to get them highlighted in newsletters coming from the central accessibility team at Xbox, and even having them highlighted in an Xbox Game Studios All Hands, where everyone got to see the great work that the champs were able to do. And finally, you need to be able to advocate your mission to everyone, champs, non-champs, and really just showcase again how it provides value, about how accessibility really is going to make a better product for everyone and how everyone benefits. And as we keep doing that, you'll again be able to take people from a new member, regular member, to loyal member, to making them advocates themselves. making another little ring off your ring for the community management growth circle, basically. Now, engaging, informing, and advocating won't just build you an amazing champs program. It takes more than that. You have to have trust between you and your champs and the champs in the program. And if you don't have that trust, your program isn't going to go anywhere. And if your champs lose trust, it can be really, really hard to get back. I have seen very, very well-intentioned teams working on products that lost the trust of the gamer, of the player, of the customer, and it took so much work to be able to get that back. So the best thing you can do is build that trust and then not lose it. And there are some key things that you can do to keep that trust. The first is honesty. Be honest. Especially when you're doing a champs program and these are things that you're going to need to partner on to reach a goal. You will need to be honest if something is not going to be easy. Not everything in accessibility is going to be easy all of the time. I would love it to be, but that's not true. And, sometimes we've all worked at a company that had a process that just kind of sucked. And if you know it sucks, but, you're acting like everything is like peachy keen, your champs probably aren't going to trust you. The next is transparency. Share as much as you can when you can. Anytime that you can give visibility into what is happening or will happen soon, you're again building trust. But also be transparent when something doesn't go right. Be honest with your champs and yourself about what happened and why. And then you also need to think about your tone. And I can see this going so many different ways. Like, I take a pretty laid back, chilled tone. My tone for my champs program is just my tone of myself. That may work for you, but you may also need something that's more structured. You may need something that is more in tune with whatever your company culture already is, or fits into your company values or your company voice. Think about what the appropriate thing is and then stick to that tone. And then finally, you need to be able to respond to feedback. If people are telling you ways that you can improve the champs program and they see that information coming in, but they don't see anything coming back out, they're going to lose your trust. Again, you need a community. And for a community, conversations have to flow multiple ways. And so if you're unable to take information from your champs and act on it, whether it's passing information to another team, whether it's working directly with their team to try to improve things, or even if it's just making core changes to the champs program itself, you're going to have a problem. So be sure to respond to feedback. It's absolutely critical. And you should expect feedback. Again, as we said, if we have an advocate in that player growth, of our champion growth, we will want them to provide feedback because they want the best champs program possible. And so if they're doing the work to provide the feedback, you have to be able to take that feedback in. Once you have it, be honest and transparent about what you're doing and why. With some of these pro tips, I think that you really will be able to take your champs from new member to advocate. And here are just a few thoughts I've had every step on the way. So for new members, I would really focus on earning their trust and building their empathy, and showcase why the champs program is a massive benefit to them so that they'll want to come more often. Once they become a regular member, I would work to identify something that they need, identify a struggle, whether it's a resource, an education gap, anything like that, and think about how you or the champs program can fill it. Once you're able to do that, you'll transition them to a loyal supporter. You have given value to them, but you've also made them feel valued because you acted on their input. And once they see you do this, not just for them, but for others, they'll transition to advocate. Once they're an advocate, be sure to showcase their contributions, push their messages wider, and highlight the impact that they are having within their own teams. When you do all this, you'll help build the community and make it stronger. So to conclude, I'm again going to steal some words from Victoria Tran. Community-led growth is all about investing time, cultivating and caring for the members that join early on, and charming them into loving what their community stands for and spreading it to others. This rings true for communities of all sizes. What is a CHAMPS program except a community of people who want to push the message of accessibility and disability inclusion further? Thanks so much for watching, and I hope you guys enjoyed this talk. And now, awkwardly back to myself hosting the stream. And if you're on YouTube, thanks. Subscribe to the channel or something, I don't know. All right, bye.
Louise, do you want to be in my CHAMPS program? Do you want to be in my CHAMPS program? Are you a good baby? Yeah.
Well, I hope that was useful. You know, like I said, there were things that I was thinking, and I was hoping that maybe it'd be useful to someone else. It's one of those instances of me trying to take the stuff that's in my brain and just get it out. And I will not accept compliments from my champs because that feels weird. So, but I do. I have a few of my champs. I see you. I see you in there. Also, I don't think I can accept Victoria into the champs program. I feel like that violates some sort of labor law. I mean, I would put her to work though. Let's be real. All right, we are going to be taking a short break and then we will be coming back in just under 10 minutes for our, is that right? Yes, just under 10 minutes for our final talk of the day from one of my champs, actually, from Intent to Impact, integrating accessibility into team culture. So I will see you right back here for closing the day out real soon. All right, see you on the other side. All right, everyone, it is that time for the final talk of the Game Accessibility Conference Europe 2022. So this talk is from Xander Ashwell, Director of Accessibility and UX at Rare. This talk is from Intent to Impact, Integrating Accessibility into Team Culture. How can we turn intent into impact? How can we embed accessibility at the core of our games? What does an integrated accessibility strategy look like? Multiplayer AAA games are incredibly complex products, developed in non-linear ways, often at pace, by groups of people with distinctly different priorities. So how can we ensure a replicable, considered, and effective approach to delivering experiences that are accessible? Learn from Xander's mistakes, the success of others, and maybe come along with something you didn't know before. Just maybe. All right, let's hand it off.
Hi everyone, thanks for joining me. Today I'm going to be talking about my experience delivering accessibility at Rare Limited, an Xbox game studio. Before we get started, who am I and why am I talking to you today? I'm Xander Ashwell and I'm the Director of Accessibility and User Experience at Rare Limited. I'm a mid-30s white male with mousy blonde hair and a generally dishevelled appearance. My background is in user experience design for web, mobile and software, and I've been working in the games industry for nearly 7 years now. In my spare time, I can be found mucking about making things from wood and ceramics, and generally being a bit of a hobbit. Okay, so what will I be waffling on about for the next half hour or so? What is this talk actually about? Well, it's about applying a growth mindset with the group of people you work with, moving your accessibility efforts forwards from where they are now. Who is it for? Well, if you make games and want to make them for a wonderfully diverse collection of humans, my hope is, no matter where your studio is on their accessibility journey, you'll find something here that can help you. I'm not going to cover feature or implementation specifics for Sea of Thieves. That's a story for another time. Why does it matter? Well, being intentional is key to progressing. We can move at speed, but without knowing the direction we want to travel, we can end up somewhere we don't want to be. Or worse, further away from where we want to be than when we started. And a caveat, naturally, this is shaped by my own experiences for the context that I operate in. Your context may well be different, the games you make will be different, the path you tread will certainly be different. This is not a blueprint, playbook or diktat, but we can see further when we stand on each other's shoulders, so my hope is that you'll gain more successes than I by learning from my failures and successes. So we've been on a journey with Sea of Thieves, an incredible journey, not just in terms of the development of the game, growth in player base, and scaling out of features, but in terms of accessibility too. The image on screen is an early piece of concept art with the Sea of Thieves logo, contrasted with a more recent scene from the front end of the game, to show just how far we've come. We launched Sea of Thieves in March 2018, and from an accessibility standpoint there was lots of opportunity for growth. We had some accessibility features, but for the most part, these weren't necessarily developed with accessibility in mind. Things like text chat with pre-canned contextual text messages, what we called pirate chat, speech to text and text to speech, and decent but not exhaustive key binding support. There were also inherent aspects to gameplay that were inclusive. The social aspect is supportive of assisted play, and many areas of key feedback were in multiple sensory modes, but much of this wasn't intentionally delivered with accessibility in mind. We had no public-facing communications around how accessible Sea of Thieves was, no clear means of gathering feedback from players with lived experience of disability, and no guides or documentation around what players could expect. Cut to March 2022, 4 years since we first launched Sea of Thieves. 55% of all our updates contain accessibility features. 43 individual features or improvements have been delivered in the last 12 months. All public-faced owned comms channels are WCAG 2.1 compliant. We have a dedicated feedback loop, a dedicated landing page, dedicated support guides. Our developers self-identify areas of improvement, and new features ship with accessibility as a core priority. We have the first accessibility role, that's me. We have our accessibility champs at Rare Network, and we have self-initiated awareness events within the studio. And Can I Play That awarded us Most Improved Game. So how do we get from there to here? I'll let you into a dirty little secret. Don't tell anyone, but we didn't, and still don't, have huge and laborious formalised processes at Rare for delivering accessibility. We do have formalised processes as an Xbox game studio around CVAA compliance, testing and documentation. The Xbox accessibility team have done incredible work in supporting studios, so shout out to Tara, Anna, Anita, Aidan and so many others out there. But within Rare's various gameplays and centralised teams, there are no rigid processes or structures specifically around accessibility. And why is that? Well, I'm hoping that I'll be able to explain this in the coming slides. So here's what I'm attempting to convey. My hypothesis is that team culture is critical to delivering accessibility. If you pretended that this was a zero-sum game and you could only choose one thing to influence between culture and process, my perspective is that culture should be the thing to focus on. When you become aware of the vast gap between where we would like to be as an industry and where we are now, it feels imperative to do something immediately, and often that can look like direct action, implementing processes, mandating change. It's not a zero-sum game, of course. You can shift the needle in a team's culture and implement rigorous processes at the same time. But I suggest that initially, focusing your attention on embedding accessibility in team culture earlier gets accessibility where it needs to be in the mindset of a team in a more sustainable, holistic and autonomous way than enforcing rigid processes from the outset. So where to begin? Well, as a previous colleague of mine shared, there's a really simple trick to employ when you're striving for change. One that's super simple, but often isn't employed at the right time. Let's turn to the end of the book. What does the desired end state look like? Where do we want to be? Working backwards from a desired end state, mapping dependencies as we go, can often shine a light on which choices to make to get to where we'd like to be. So what might the perfect studio delivering accessibility look like? I'm not focusing on the output here. As we all know, there's no checklist for finishing accessibility, but we can describe the state of play that would facilitate consistent quality output. So, if we had everyone feeling empowered to deliver accessibility, our leaders were supportive and encouraging, responsibility was distributed, we had support and guidance from expert sources, we had a common language for standards, and we aspire for excellence, then we might be in a pretty good place, right? What are some of the other qualities that a studio might have? Accessibility would be considered early. We'd have accessibility processes as per any other facet of development. We'd have a priority in prioritization, not as an aside or an afterthought. We'd be collaborating with the disabled community. Accessibility would just be business as usual and not bolt-on or special. Onboarding and mandated training includes accessibility. And if there's anything you feel that I've missed or nuances that I haven't detailed or anything here that you disagree with, feel free to discuss them in the chat. So while I hasten to use acronyms like KPIs or OKRs, if we've established our objective, what might some of the indicators that we're on the right track be? Well, accessibility would be a core priority and would be in scope by default. Development teams would collaborate with the disabled community. Development teams would self-identify issues. Inclusive design would be baked into the core gameplay. We'd have an honest, transparent dialogue with the audience. And we'd be investing in specialist roles. So, how do we do this? How do we get there? Well, let's start by looking at a really simple statement of intent about what we're trying to achieve and figure out how we can get there. Bear with me, because this gets messy pretty fast. So, making games that everyone can play. Seems like a reasonable statement, doesn't it? Making games, that's what we do. That everyone can play. That's inclusive, accessible experiences. And before I go any further, let's just take a moment. What needs to happen to get here? Well, making games needs people who know how to make games. That's developers. And ensuring that everyone can play them That's the accessibility ingredient in this recipe. So what do developers need to make accessible games? Well, they need to have awareness in the first instance. They need training or other learning modes to know the what, the why and the how. They need to be accountable for the accessibility of a product. And as an aside, that's not accountable in the blame sense, but accountable in the able to account for sense. And they need support from various areas, most crucially from leadership, to ensure that time, energy and focus are assured. And for the accessibility part, what do we need there? We need to be able to plan appropriately so that it's prioritised accordingly. We need to be able to test and validate what we implement. And that also means we probably need some statements or standards that we can adhere to. And of course, we need education. It's getting messy now, isn't it? So what else do we need? Well, QA needs to be able to validate and test accessibility, and we'll need user researchers and user experience to support this too. We'll need specialists to help provide education. And for pretty much everything that helps developers, these things need to be upheld by our mindset, by the team culture. If we don't have a culture of empathy, compassion, vulnerability and support, then we're swimming against the tide. To have leaders that champion accessibility, they need to have been on their own journey of accessibility. To make time and space for training and awareness, that needs a growth mindset and a culture that supports it. To be held accountable, that requires a culture that supports and elevates others, rather than an attrition-filled blame culture. And now there's arrows everywhere, because of course making such a clean distinction between things never works that well anyway. And before I forget, it's not just about making your games accessible, as that's just one aspect of a player's experience. There's documentation for compliance, there's accessible communications, whether that's social media, websites, forums, videos, marketing support websites, and. How are we ever going to get to where we want to be with this mountain of things to worry about and focus on? That's a lot to tackle, right? And when presented with the challenge of shifting from where you are now to where you'd like to be, it can feel imperative that you start taking action immediately. And you might be inclined to start taking on responsibility for all of this yourself. But if you already are making games, the chances are that there's a whole host of really talented, super smart people who are responsible for a whole range of different things, who are probably really willing and happy to make the things they're responsible for accessible, but they might not know that they can do that. They might not be aware that they aren't being inclusive. Or they might be aware that they don't know that their leaders will support them. Or they might know that they can and should do it, but don't know how, or have the right support. And the sneaky, sneaky trick here is to decentralize responsibility for accessibility to everyone, not just you. And that starts with shifting mindsets, aligning values, and addressing the culture of your teams to embed accessibility in from the outset. I call this the make Xander's job easier approach. So let's shift this viewpoint from being outcome focused to intent focused. Really, we're talking about how and why. Making games, that's about the method, the how, the what we make, and how we make it. And that everyone can play, that's our intent, that's a mindset, that's the why. Why accessibility is important, why we should care, why there's absolutely no good reason why we should exclude people. And of course, these two things can impact each other. As an example, a dynamic service-driven feature toggle system can reduce a cultural fear of taking risks, for example, as features can be toggled off or altered with ease. Or implementing code review processes can engender a more open, collaborative mindset. Autonomy is supported by being able to draw a straight line through values, purpose and action. If we're advocating for everyone to deliver impact within accessibility, they have to be able to do so with autonomy. And in order to be autonomous, you need to understand the reasons behind what you're doing. Connecting the dots between your values, your shared purpose, and the task you're working on is an enabler, whether at an individual, team, or organisational level. If you simply take a punitive approach to accessibility, the story doesn't end well. Because I said so is never a compelling reason. Behavioural change comes from a change in mindset. And if we're asking people to do something different, your job is infinitely easier if they agree with the reasons why. But they have to understand the reasons why in the first place. The case for accessibility is fundamentally one of human empathy. Do we want to build games that as many people as possible can play? Yes? Good. Here's your answer. Make your games accessible. But often game devs at any level of seniority don't understand that unintentional exclusion is happening all the time, or what they can do about it. So let's talk about the logical progression here. If I introduced a brand new process for you to follow, but I didn't explain why, well, you might do it for a while, but you have no measure for success, as you don't know why you're doing it, why it's important. and you'll be constantly checking back with me to see if the thing you're working on is fit for purpose, as you don't really understand why you're doing it in the first place. You need to understand the reason first. Why are we doing this stuff? Then you understand the why and can support that endeavour. That's the mission aspect here, the shared purpose. And in order to understand the reason why, you have to believe in it. You have to share the values of inclusivity, to be motivated by inequality and injustice, and that's the mindset aspect, the culture of a team. Without shared values and attitudes, we're likely to have a differing view on our mission and our purpose, and without knowing the purpose, it's hard to take meaningful action to deliver against that purpose. I believe, maybe naively, that as humans we have a fundamental capacity for empathy, that we're uncomfortable with inequity, and work at our best when we feel that we're making positive changes to the world that we live in. So what does moving from mindset to method, from intent to action look like? How do we get there? Well, first off, I'd suggest evaluating where you and your studio are right now. Is the drive for accessibility coming from leadership, from individual contributors, from both? What allies are there in the business? If it doesn't seem that you have any, well, how could you change that? What resources are at your disposal? Educational, training materials, internal initiatives, centralized teams? What barriers are there? Focus, effort, time, prioritization, perspectives on team, stakeholder buy-in? If we consider that moving from zero accessibility to gold star, top tier, VIP accessibility is a journey, not a state, then here's an oversimplified view on that, a linear upward progression. This can be applied to individuals, but can also be a measure of a team or organisation's journey or current state as well. We start with unconscious bias, something we're all capable of and exceptionally likely to have on some level. We could also call this a lack of awareness or unconsciously incompetent, pick your phrasing, but essentially this is someone that doesn't know what they don't know. As that person becomes aware of how exclusionary and inaccessible games can be, that awareness engenders empathy. We become more aware of how things outside our own lived experience and just how much assumption we can make about an individual's abilities. And that in turn builds curiosity. We're keen to build on our learnings, to understand, in order to be able to take action. And at the risk of showing more hugely complicated spider diagrams, in this simplified drawing I haven't shown the iterative, looping nature in practice, where we need feedback loops at various stages. So, how can we take a group of people on this journey? Well, to counteract unconscious bias, let's raise awareness. We can drive visibility within a team, exposing developers to barriers they might not currently be aware of or recognise as a barrier. This could be signal boosting social media posts or articles. It could be liaising with a charity or organisation like Special Effect, RNIB, Wargamer, Can I Play That, Able Gamers, for example, in the many ways they can help to drive awareness. Part of this is also training and education. A ton of it is free online, such as Microsoft's own Accessibility Fundamentals 101 course. Or there's the Able Gamers APX course, Microsoft's Inclusive Design Portal, the Xbox Accessibility Guidelines. There's an absolute ton of stuff out there. Communicating the opportunity space could be helpful in bringing leaders along with you on this journey. The purchasing power of accessibility, the prevalence of unseen need, the breadth of benefits that accessibility provides for all players. And if the opportunity space is the carrot, then compliance is the stick. Compliance with laws and regulations can act as a forcing function, and CVAA is a great example of this, where the opportunity is that you won't end up being sued for being inaccessible. Building empathy. The most effective method I've seen by far is to give people exposure to the challenges of others. Watching a disabled streamer playing a well-known game, inviting a consultant in to playtest your game. In my experience, this is an incredible driver for building empathy and motivating action. As well as this, it helps to normalise accessibility and provide real context to challenges. Understanding the impact of exclusionary experiences for a broad range of players helps to minimise othering. Concepts like accessibility being broader than the cliched stereotypes and being a need that can be situational or temporary really help to normalise and contextualise the challenges that people encounter. Fundamentally, empathy is about being a decent person, and my hope is that with a few nudges, empathy blossoms naturally from awareness. Staying curious. This is a natural extension from awareness and empathy. being curious about the lived experiences of others. This can be quite detailed and granular if applied to a specific issue or problem space. Playtesting your game with a diverse player base is just one way of doing this, but other methods like engaging with consultants, heuristic reviews with subject matter experts, there's no one-size-fits-all approach. Inclusive design methodologies are a great way to leverage empathy into action via curiosity, a framework for designing in inclusive ways. Microsoft has some great resources on this. And on that note, training and learning opportunities, whether that's individual learning paths for specific disciplines or a broad team-wide levelling up of understanding. Also, feed curiosity in accessibility solutions where it tends to naturally sit anyway in the dev life cycle. At the quick and dirty phase of prototyping, in game jams, skunkwork sprints, seed these areas with accessibility challenges and open questions, and feed the curious mind of a team with some delicious problems for them to solve. And a healthy dose of introspection is vital too, understanding where in the delivery pipeline is best for different tasks or milestones, and looking at your team's values and seeing where they might need realignment. So there's loads of ways to inspire action, whether through advocate programs like champs groups, special interest groups, or awareness raising events. Bringing key supporting disciplines such as UI, audio and community on board. Applying standards and referencing guidelines, etc. The most fundamental aspect in my perspective, however, is to decentralize or distribute the responsibility for implementation. Not only does this mean that accessibility is embedded, it minimizes operational risk, levels up existing development teams, normalizes accessibility, and it also makes for a much stronger end result, as the people who specialize in that field are best placed to implement the changes necessary to support accessibility. And of course, any action you take in your end product needs feedback loops. QA need to know what to raise as issues, and it helps to have accessibility as a core part of milestone reviews. It's also worth mentioning, Signal boosts your successes here, both within the team and for the visibility of leadership. Great reviews? Share them. Happy players enjoying a feature that was previously unavailable to them? Let the development team know. It feels good to do good. So to summarise, the best work is done by people who care. They won't half-arse it. If people don't care, understand why. Is it external pressures like time, effort, focus? Distribute responsibility for accessibility to those who have the greatest chance of impacting the end product. That's usually the people responsible for their own specialist areas. And leadership. It's so helpful to have leaders on board. I can't stress this enough. If you're not in that situation, well, there's probably a whole other talk about how to shift the needle, but I can't speak from experience there. We're really fortunate at Rare. Our studio head, Craig Duncan, is a fantastic advocate for accessibility and inclusion and makes space, time and energy to support our work. And he, in turn, is supported by people like Matt Booty, Phil Spencer and Satya. To have a direct line of support right the way through an organisation is just incredible. And make accessibility accessible. Democratise resources, advocate for accessibility, support the efforts of others, and above all, aim to understand opposing perspectives and target the root cause of disconnect between differences of opinion. It can feel so imperative and natural to rail against unfairness, but in your eagerness to do good, you can entrench others in their positions. Look to Ian Hamilton's zen-like focus and calm in addressing the discourse on Twitter for a saint-like example of this. And finally, shift mindsets before rushing into methodology. You might not get huge results quickly, but you'll get to a stronger place eventually. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Xander, for giving that talk. There was so much in here that I love and I think is a great example. It's incredibly important that when you're working towards accessibility, that you build a culture. It's really easy when you have a dev team who wants to maybe start working towards the right path, that you perhaps come up with a checklist of features to work on and implement to make your game more accessible. But if you don't make the culture changes needed, on your next product, you'll make the same mistakes because you didn't fix the culture, you followed a checklist. And so when you go through and you build the empathy, you understand the why that allows you to impact the how, you will have it just be part of the development process. And again, have room to grow, learn, and so much more. And honestly, working with Rare and our champs that we have at Rare, you know, Xander and Topher and I'm blanking right now because it's very early in the morning for me. James Thomas, there we go. Thank you. They do so much that frankly it just makes my life easier. Like they had at Rare the 5 days of access miss with Xander clause. You know, going through and, you know, just giving talks and educational moments on accessibility. Oh yeah, look, see, Topher just pinned it right there in Discord. And I absolutely love that they have these initiatives because their culture supports it. And now it's also really great because I can hold them up as an example within Xbox Game Studios. I can be like, look at what Rare's doing. Like, don't you want to be like Rare? Like, look how great Rare is. I'm not saying I have favorite children, but I might. I'm just kidding. I'm not. Anyway, I want to thank everyone so much for coming to the conference today. We wouldn't be able to have this conference if it weren't for people like you coming and wanting to learn more. It's your drive and your work that makes us able to put this together. And of course, we were able to hold this event for free online because of all of our sponsors. So I do want to take a moment to again thank them. So to our gold sponsors, Microsoft, Sony Interactive Entertainment, Ubisoft, and the gold sponsor of our heart, Mr. Kipling. For clarification, they didn't actually donate any money. We just all ordered Battenberg. Thank you so much for all of your work. Riot Games, thank you for your contribution. And to our bronze sponsors as well, Splash Damage, Read Speaker AI, Player Research, a Keyword Studio, and of course, Shara. If you don't know, Shara is just Shane and Tara mashed together. We raise money every year to cover a portion of the conference. And of course, it's really important to us to have an as accessible a conference as possible. And we couldn't have done that without support from MyClearText, who we partnered with to have both our BSL and captions for the event. So I want to give a thank you to our captioners over the last 2 days, Orla and Jen, as well as our interpreters, Sharat, Liz, and Stephanie, who have done a fantastic job. Thank you so much for all of the work that you've put in. We couldn't have done this without you. And of course, I want to give a massive shout out to all of our speakers who contributed this amazing content. We've talked about who we wouldn't be able to put this conference on without, and obviously you are a huge part. And one of the things that I'm also very proud to say is with our partnership with Subtrend, a captioning company, we have managed to get all of the talks that were submitted up on the YouTube with their captions embedded right now. All of our mods are actively going through each and every channel, putting in the direct link to the YouTube talk and pinning them. So if there's something you missed and you want to go back, you can go do it right now. We're also going to have the playlist fully available as soon as I close out the conference. I also want to give a final shout out to all of our amazing staff who are here today, all of our moderators who have made this entire event possible, who've kept it together. A very special shout out from our moderation staff to the Cockney Charmer, who got an elevated role and had to do a little bit of Zoom work. I want to give a shout out to Max Felker, also known as my husband, for handling all of our payments and billing with our sponsorships. And of course, my co-conspirator, Ian Hamilton, for convincing me to do this. You're a terrible friend. You're a terrible friend and an absolutely fantastic partner for this conference. So again, thank you so much. I hope that you've had a great conference and that we will see you at the next one, whether it's online or in person. We'll wait to see. Obviously, we want to do what's best for everyone's health. So again, thank you so much. And we'll see you on the other side later.